Well, 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 chance. I'm pretty sure I owe y'all a just chat. Oh, where am I? Why am I invisible? Hello?
Making the mother of all omelets here, Jack. Can't spread over every egg.
I am not here, apparently. Hold on. What the fuck? Hello? What the fuck? Long awaited trans. Yes, it's a brand new model debut. Invisible model debut. I don't know. Hold on. I'm trying to figure it out. Hold on. VTuber reference. Is it? Hello? Is it Spout? Is Spout broken? Hold on. Is that what it is? Where's Spout? Where's Spout? Where's Spout? Spout, 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 spout. This is what happens when I'm confident in my build-up to the point where I'm just like, it'll be fine. I'm sure it's totally fine. And I just leave it on the starting soon screen. This is so stupid. Why? No, not visual effects. Okay, Spout is on. No, Spout's on. What if I turn it off and then back on? Ah, there we go. That was weird. That was weird. Typical tech problems. Brooder Joe Arstreader, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. That is a mouthful of a name. Nobody panic! It's okay. I got it. I got it working. I got it. At least everyone remained calm. Isn't that right, Penguin? A purple orc? Oh God, not the 40K reference. Oh shit, I meant to refill my water during the ad break and I did not. Oh well. You can always count on the universe to humble you at any opportunity. That is correct. Not today, Jay. Today is not a Digimon day. We are going to be playing Slime Rancher 2 because Queens was the one who got the 200 mark for subs back in September. So Queens picked playing Slime Rancher 2. Listen, you can stab slime all you want. I don't think it's going to work. I don't think you're going to get anywhere from stabbing a slime on repeats. It's insane how contradictory of a person, thing, or Dane is. Is Ordain really contradictory? I mean, you can always just call him Danish and see how that goes. Heard that as Spine Rancher? I wish it was Spine Ranching. No, we're being forced to play cozy games. We're being forced to play cozy games on spooky season, which I find kind of hilarious in its own little way. See, what did I tell you? Hold on a second. I just scrolled past something Fairbanks posted, which means now I need to go bully Fairbanks. All right. Okay. Dun. Okay. Put that away. Cancel? What do you mean cancel? Listen, I was not actually calling you that. I was just saying. What's Ordain's favorite color? Green? Maybe? I don't really know. I don't really know. Oh yeah, he's Dutch Ordain. Is this how cars work? Is that what this is? Is this now 20 questions with Ordain? Pretty cool. Which one? Which one? Who? Where? What? German ordain? I don't think we could handle German ordain. I don't think I want to fathom the things that a German ordain would do. They don't exactly have a historic track record of ethical practices. Oh. A bunch of eyes on the screen. That one? Oh, wait, what? Me? Hello? Build a Mercedes? Well, actually, you misspelled Mercedes. That's Mercedes. You have successfully spelled Mercedes. I'm not familiar with that car brand. I forgot? Nah. Neither does Germany? Yep. German ordain would be Ordung. Oh my god. Hi, Stevie. How are you doing? All right. All right. Let me see here. Oh, good Lord. I was going to see if there was anything worthwhile talking about on the news. Blah, 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 ceasefire. Blah, blah, blah. Israel broke it almost immediately, but claims they didn't. Therefore, every Western government is still saying the ceasefire is still in effect. Israel is also still harassing every corner of Gaza and the West Bank that they can get away with, including the fact that they are not letting Palestinians come to pick up any of the hostages being released. Apparently, they only released 90 hostages out of the several thousands that they have been holding over the decades. Blah, blah, blah. Still trying to pitch it as some sort of major win. Blah, blah, blah. Israel demands they have all of their hostages back that only number in the couple dozens, while they refuse to give back all of the Palestinians. Fantastic, fantastic. People, for some reason, hailing Trump as the hero of the world, which is insane. Oh my goodness. Actually, that reminds me, chat. Last night, I'm not gonna lie, and you can yell at me for this. I was playing World of Warcraft last night, okay? I was playing World of Warcraft last night, and I was trying to level up my warlock. So I was doing dungeons on repeats, and I was lucky enough that over the time, I picked up a healer, I picked up a tank, and we were just going dungeon after dungeon after dungeon. And like 3 or 4 dungeons in, the tank suddenly stops moving and like disappears for a couple minutes. And then comes back and just goes, "Oh, I'm sorry. I was just watching Trump's live speech in Israel." And I was like, "He's in Israel? Why is he in Israel?" And he was like, "Oh, he was there to see the hostages released." And then it proceeded to turn into that tank shouting in the group chat about how great a president Trump was. And I was just like, "Oh my God. I'm glad this is the last dungeon I'm doing." Fuck that. And the thing too was, when he said that, I was like, he most certainly is not. And he was like, "Well, Biden didn't do anything." I was like, nobody said anything about Biden. Nobody said anything about Biden. Heavenly stupidity. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. But yeah, that's what happened to me last night. Other than being a massive fucking nerd. Other than being a massive fucking nerd. Gets him a Nobel? It won't. It won't. The peace will not hold. The peace will not hold because all they have done is traded direct military imprisonment for what is essentially going to become direct economic imprisonment. Israel will also not be able to hold because they have such a major vitriol for the Palestinians. Not even joking. They probably won't be able to resist even. The thing too is they haven't even stopped bombing people. They've just stopped bombing Gaza and the West Bank. They've been bombing the shit out of South Lebanon the entire time. They've just refocused. When a country is told that they are going to have a ceasefire and it has been agreed upon but not signed, and you start playing semantics that's like, okay, we're going to keep bombing this location we have the ceasefire for up until literally the second that the document is signed, you're not a good country. You're fucked up in the head. And that's what they did. They just bombed the shit out of the West Bank and Gaza, even delaying the sign. Okay, so I said this back when it happened, but they delayed 2 hours before it was originally supposed to be signed. They changed it and pushed it 5 hours ahead. And within that 2 hour window is not enough time to let all the people that think that the ceasefire is starting at X o'clock is not going to happen. So there were people that thought the ceasefire was done, and they went outside and to these locations that were still marked as red zones and got bombed. It's not even about Trump. Trump had basically nothing to do with it. He's like the fucking poster boy who keeps showing up and trying to be like, see guys, I'm here. Look at how much I'm doing. Isn't this fantastic? Aren't I a great person? A fraction whose power and popularity is based on continuing war and fear. I think there's one side that's a little more invested in war and fear than the other. Ramblings of the madman who clearly forgot that he's the president? Correct. Especially because he probably has dementia and is just slowly sliding downhill. Well, I say slowly, more like really quickly. A Nobel War Prize at most. There's no such thing as the Nobel War Prize. That's the thing too, is apparently Venezuela shut down the Norwegian embassy that's in Venezuela. It's gone. They shut down that embassy for giving it to somebody who was essentially egging Trump on to bomb the shit out of the Venezuelan government. Hi, Free. Are you talking about the, I forget, was he a prime minister candidate or was the prime minister? What's even worse, too, is it's known that it was Netanyahu and his coalition that purposely planned and executed the assassination of a previous prime minister. For spring-loaded ejector seat? I wish, dude. I wish. If only. Hold on a second. Hold on. Okay. That's all. Bulk didn't win the Peace Prize. Time to go for the War Prize. There is not a War Prize. God, can you imagine if warlords were competing for shit like that? If somebody decided that's like, damn, can't win the Peace Prize, guess I gotta swing the opposite direction into bombing another country? No. No, because he already has a bunch of nationalists and fascists in his ears. They're the only ones that will be able to convince him. He's also a narcissist. So the only way that you're going to be able to do it is by essentially stroking his ego. And if he sees you below him and not his equal, meaning you have to be rich, you have to be good looking, you have to be, which most of his people are not good looking. So I don't know why I said that. But it's shit like that. Warlord leaderboard, please, no. Good looking, well. Pulls up picture of Stephen Miller. Looks like a house on fire. I don't know if it's a house on fire or more like just dumpster fire. Oh, there was something else. What was it? Oh, right. Israel's propensity for false flag attacks. Again, Israel has not had a fucking year in its existence where it wasn't bombing another country. Remember, at the expense of the United States. The United States is who funds Israel. It's always funny, too, recently seeing fucking videos of Israelis being like, why are my tax dollars going to paying the blah, 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 blah? And it's like, your tax dollars, your tax dollars. Fuck off. Zelensky and Putin playing Trump like a fiddle. It's more like both of them are less like fiddle players and much more like, what's the word? Like an accordion, maybe? Or like one of those like old washboards. Like if you're playing bluegrass. Yeah. Yeah. We pay for another country's free healthcare, and yet we don't have it here. Still absolute insanity. Fucking bonkers. Circle Jerk 69? Maybe? Maybe? I guess? I'm not sure. I am really not sure. Can you replace someone that has all the inertia of a windsock? Yes. Yes. That's all you can do to a person like that. Well, actually, I think I see what you're saying. I think I see what you're saying. Okay. Hi, Queen. Loving the haircut? Thank you. What tea is in that cup? Black tea. With the cube of sugar. And a little bit of honey. Actually, I think I'm out of sugar cubes. I think it's only honey today. Okay. Smaller budgets in the US have free healthcare? Correct! Because it's literally cheaper than a private system. Our healthcare is fucking stupid. Literally everything costs more under private healthcare because we let the private companies do whatever they want, because there's no actual public option. Even the public options, like the ACA, is just private companies offering plans through the public sector. It's all Blue Cross Blue Shield and that shit. It's insane. Doesn't help that fucking these companies get to negotiate with hospitals. So not only is there such thing as a network, so you have to find the places that your specific insurance company will actually pay for, where they've already negotiated the prices up, so they're more expensive for you, claim to be more expensive for the insurance company, and therefore the insurance company makes more fucking money and the hospital makes more money. About a group of rich assholes raising $600,000 to prevent a homeless shelter being built in their neighborhood? Yep. 20 squats? Damn it. Taxes should not exist without free healthcare. In this modern day, I agree. I fucking agree. I hate it so much. Yeah, have we not had the discussion, Ordain, where I try to help you understand the United States private insurance?
There's our man. There's our man. There's our boy.
Not if I take them, you take all your Dutch away beforehand? Oh no. Common side effects? No, I have not. I don't even know what it is. I don't got a clue. Not even a little bit. Hold on. Okay. Fairbanks sent me a thingamadoohickey. Okay. With a guy I work about taxing the rich, he said it's a good thing that they aren't taxed. We can't have them leave. That means no more jobs. Fuck that! Tax them everywhere. Tax them everywhere. See if they're gonna leave. Do it. Just fucking do it. Do you think their company's gonna leave? Fuck no. No, the fuck they're not. I promise you. It's a hollow fucking threat. It means nothing. Because every single billionaire and high millionaire is a baby back bitch who sees themselves as some sort of weird dragon. I don't give a shit about billionaires. I think above a certain number of millions of dollars, you should get, I think above $100 million should be a 90% tax. Above $1 billion is 100% tax. Same guy didn't understand that tariffs don't tax the foreign countries. It taxes us, but refuses to listen. Yeah, who do you think's the one that pays the extra charges for the tariffs? It's the consumer. It's the consumer. Correct, fake? Correct. Granted, somebody having $1 billion used to be an impossibility. $1 billion, unless you lived in a country that had like those, like Zimbabwe or something, that had like their numbers for their currency is like way high, basically. In the United States, $1 billion used to be a falsehood. It used to be an impossibility, something that you couldn't imagine. If I remember correctly, the first billionaire, the first person that was listed as a billionaire was in my lifetime, wasn't it? Although I'm probably going to look this up and they're going to say it's like J.D. Rockefeller. Yep. Yep. I was right. Oh, yeah, back when he had the monopoly. Back when he had the monopoly of the Rockefeller Foundation. Okay, never mind. But then I was going to say it was Rockefeller who then had his companies broken up under the monopoly law. And then the next one I'm pretty sure was Elon Musk, wasn't it? And then the fact that there's such thing as centibillionaires, which is passing $100 billion. Oh, you were correct, Beef. You are correct. I don't remember which game company it was. I want to say it was EA or it was someone else, where they actually said in a board meeting that somebody recorded, because I remember hearing this is back in like 2016, 2017, that they genuinely think that all of their customers are just holding on to their money. That they are nothing more than just money waiting to come to their pockets. That's Celador. No, you are absolutely correct, Beef. You are absolutely correct. They do not see the people underneath them as anything more than walking piggy banks to drain dry. And they don't care. They don't. They do not care if the people under them waste away and die, get fatally ill, and just go rot away at home until they die or shit like that. They will just find somebody else to start sucking dry and hook up to the blood machine. That one palace from Persona? Was that the bank one? Are you thinking of the bank palace? Are cows just steaks waiting to be eaten? Probably to those people. I've talked to some people that literally do not see animals as like a living entity, in the sense that like it has feelings, it can feel pain, it's something to empathize with. They just see it as like that, an it. They see animals as its, and crushing them, shooting them, killing them means nothing to them. And I feel like that's just a disconnect from the world. I can't imagine being that unempathetic. I can, listen, you can hunt for your food. That is totally fine. But doing it with a sense that you are intentionally killing a living creature to feed yourself is a connection I feel like you have to have. It's just too darn expensive. Yeah, the price of beef in the US is constantly skyrocketing up. It does not help that the FDA and the Department of Agriculture both have gotten rid of their like testing. Both FDA has gotten rid of their testing for meats, as well as the Department of Agriculture no longer has the, what's the word? The personnel to basically preventable diseases. So in South Texas, where there's large amounts of ranches and stuff, they have a spiral worm outbreak, which is a parasite that is both lethal to the cow, but also can survive in the cow for prolonged periods of time, and then is lethal to human beings if eaten. Hi, Keyshawn. How are you doing? He's currently kind of in prison for animal cruelty. That's fucked up. $14 for two and... Oh. Ordain, hold on a second. I'm going to look it up. Never mind. Hold on. Step inside. Step inside. I'm going to look up Dutch meat prices. Netherlands meat prices. Food prices in the Netherlands. Beef. Beef round? What is a beef round? Oh, okay. Okay, I got you. Hindquarters. Why is that the measurement that's here? There's no ground beef? Huh. Yeah, the beef standard for pricing is... That's a pound 50. Not a pound, sorry. A euro 50. I hate it here. Hi, cowboy. Maybe that's the evil plan of Robert F. Kennedy's brainworm. That's what it is. It's to give everybody worms and let the worms take over. I know, Jade. I read it yesterday. It's, oh my God. It's something. It's even cheaper. Ugh. The U.S. not even in its infancy, in the last century, has made every worst case decision on the fucking planet. Texan beef is expensive. It's not even just Texan beef, it's American beef. American beef, like somebody just said, it was $14 for 2.5 pounds. That's $5.50 to $6 per pound of beef. I can actually look up right now. 1 pound ground beef. What is our price right now? No, I didn't want it in grams. I wanted to search Google. $7. A tube of ground beef that's frozen is $4.44 at Walmart. IBF Trusted Excellence, $7.47. Organic grass-fed beef at Target is $8.29. There's one here for $10 for 1 pound. Ground beef sirloin, 90 lean, 10% fat, $7.38. Ugh. These things used to be $3 and $4, by the way. I remember when beef was $3 and $4.
And shivers down your spine. Shrieking skulls will shock your soul, seal your doom tonight.
Oh, correct. People who aren't adequately fed or have proper nutrition don't rebel because they don't have the energy or the will. Which is why so much of the United States food is processed. It's ultra processed. Hi, Zipper the Rip. How are you doing? I can get some eggs for a couple euros. We can see how much eggs cost.
Well, look at you.
Egg price. Shopping. All right. $4.24, $4.62, $4.64. Those are Easter eggs. I don't want Easter eggs. $7.96 for 2 dozen. $5.59 for... That doesn't look like a dozen. I think... Oh, it's 18. Okay, that's 18. That's... Why does that kind of feel like we're paying more for the carton? $4 for a dozen, but to get 18, it only goes up $1. Okay. Oh, is that a heart? Oh, no, it's boobs. It's boobs. Good Lord. I was like, is that a heart? Nope, that is definitely not a heart. Yeah, it can go even cheaper, but the thing with eggs is they expire quickly. The only reason you would be able to buy 18 or 2 dozen is if you're using a lot of them. 20 eggs for €6.3. That's comparative. That's a little comparative. Americans say good food. Hershey chocolate tastes bitter because the additives, preservatives of the chocolate. Hershey's removes all of that to make a better quality chocolate. America stopped buying it until the company went back to the bad taste. Yeah. Do you want to know another time? Also, hi, Annie. Do you want to know another time America fucked up as a whole? Does anybody here remember New Coke? Does anybody remember New Coke? And this will also give you an idea of how stupid the American buyer is. So if you don't remember New Coke came out in about 1985, or if you remember Coke 2 from around 2002, that's the same thing. Coca-Cola was losing it back in the 80s, was losing to Pepsi in their own blind test with their own tasting employees. Pepsi was winning. Everybody argued that Pepsi tasted better than Coke. So Coke needed to make a new recipe that basically came out on top of Pepsi. So they came out with New Coke. New Coke started winning on all of their blind tests, hands down, no problem. However, when the marketing started and they started advertising New Coke with real sugar, I'll explain that one in a second. Yes, we're talking soda really quick. New Coke had better flavor, tasted better, and had better ingredients for you. And Coke fans threw a fucking fit. They threw such a massive bitch and hissy fit. They never tried it. They never tried New Coke. More than 90% of them never tasted it and went and threw a bitch fit about it. That campaign ended in 72 days. They canceled the whole thing in 72 days. Even though it was better than the original Coke recipe by leagues. Leagues. Be shooting themselves in the foot for sure. For sure. All right, the thing on the Mexican Coke. It's called a Mexican Coke because the ones that are shipped from Mexico. Because Mexican Coke is produced with cane sugar. American Cokes are produced with corn syrup, which is why they're genuinely better. I don't mean better isn't good for you. I mean they taste better.
You.
Their sweetness is better as opposed to fucking corn syrup. 12 eggs here at 234. Damn. 346. Yeah. Dr. Pepper is better. Dr. Pepper is better. I do like Pib Extra. I can't get Pib Extra like anywhere anymore, which really sucks. I used to only get it when I'd go to the movie theater. 20% of all diabetes in Mexico? Correct. That is because Coca-Cola factories move into like rural locations that are along rivers, and then they buy all the water rights because their city council there pays them out to do it. So then in those cities, it is literally more affordable to drink Coke than it is to drink water. Because you can't even go to the river and like scoop up water and boil it to get all the contaminants out or anything, because they sucked up all the water into the Coke factory. And then they resell you Dasani, which is more expensive than just buying bottled Coke. 2 diners near me still have Pib. I'm jealous. The new Coke effect is the same reason why I can't like live service games. Because you won't try them? I don't think that's a comparison. Don't they use Coke to take rust off cars? Maybe? I don't know for sure. I don't know about that. I think that's an internet myth. I think that's something that somebody made up and people started like perpetuating it for shits and giggles. I'm pretty sure that's not real. Oh, wait. Are you thinking of the one where you like put it in a vat of Coke? Where like you take a rusty object and you put it in a vat of Coke? I think I do remember seeing that. Maybe it works. Maybe it works. Because people bitch about changes without trying it? Correct. Hi, Dragmeal. How are you doing? Thank you for the 3 stream streak. Coke and Pepsi make great pesticides, though. Do they? It'll eat the rust away. It doesn't eat the rust away completely. I do know that. My brain was picturing the way you worded. My brain was picturing it like somebody dipping a rag in Coke and then trying to rub it on a rusty car. But I remember it's like you have to submerge it for like several days. But enjoy Coke, but really just a soda guy. I also love root beer. Coke and Pepsi just make everything sticky. That is correct. On and off DVD and Digimon? Hell yeah, dude. They do pour the soda in the fields. It attracts ants, and the ants eat harmful bug larvae. Again, though, I don't think it's a good idea to start spreading Coca-Cola and basically a sugary substance all over crop fields. That's likely not a great idea, because also that only works if they're still in the larva stage. They can't exactly do anything about things like locusts and beetles and stuff. Playing a DVD right now, but the aliens will control our minds? What do you mean? Crop dust the fields with Pepsi? Ugh. Ugh. Okay. Thing is, though, like, that only works with larval stage. This is why we need tinfoil hats? What? Why do you need tinfoil hats? I learned to water my plants with hot coffee from K-pop Demon Hunters. Didn't the plant die? That put the Master Chief in the shoulder. Prevent the aliens from finding us? The aliens, man, steal our brains? What the fuck are y'all on about? At this point, I'd kind of then rather steal my brain and put it in a jar than, like, continue on the existence of this planet as it is. Things need to change is what needs to happen. You ain't never seen those movies? Taking the mick of the conspiracy guys? I put the Master Chief on his shoulder. Okay, now I'm just getting Luigi House, but at mansion? Am I having a stroke? Hold on. No, I don't think I'm having a stroke. I can move. Arms are fine. Arms are fine. I don't smell toast. Do I need Metal Greymon for War Greymon or no? I don't think so, but that's probably the best route. Like, if you already have a Greymon, you might as well just go the Metal Greymon route. Unless you're willing to look up other routes that get to War Greymon. I mean, you already know that Metal Greymon becomes War Greymon. Why would you try to go any other route if your goal is War Greymon? Mandatory view message. Nice. Please and thank you, viewer ordained, for your mandatory view message. The rest of you are expected to do as such as well. Please and thank you for viewing this stream. I like Cross Wars Greymon. No! Disgusting. Disgusting! Black War Greymon is dad. Daddy, what the fuck? Absolutely not. Is that somebody's model? Huh. Interesting. Lurk check. What's wrong with Greymon? I don't like Cross Wars. Cross Wars was awful. Okay, for just redeemed the also Piffin did self-care. Also, oh, squats. So let me do the squats while we're waiting. Scotland forever! Listen, it's fine. All right, so let's do these squats. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. What do you mean skip? What do you mean skip, Dragmeal? You have to go through the ultimate stage to get to War Greymon. We already know Metal Greymon becomes War Greymon. If you have a Greymon, you might as well turn it into Metal Greymon so you can get War Greymon. Otherwise, you're gonna have to look up who else digivolves into War Greymon. And I can't help you with that. I think I only did 4, so we're just gonna start from 4. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. All right. Boxmon to become Packagemon? You're making those up. Oh my goodness. How much that fresh Rolex set you back? An hour? Oh my God. Dracomon and Gamamon? What does Gamamon look like? Gamamon. Oh, the little Triceratops. Okay. Wait, is Gamamon... Also, why the fuck does he have 4 champion forms? What the fuck? Why the fuck does he have 4 champion forms? Jesus. Okay. With Digimon past Gen 1, that's fair. Wanted to play Battlefield 6, but the plumbers down the road had other plans, snap the internet cables with a shovel. Motherfucker. Why they always do that. I feel like they do that on purpose at this point. Because every place I've lived that has like plumbing work being done outside, those motherfuckers mess up the whole damn thing every time. Every time they do it. So hold on. Okay. I need to go check. There it is. Ah, that's why. Okay, that's fine. Accidental Plumbers, every time a new game comes out, they're sponsored by Fortnite. Wait. You have a list of good short horror games somewhere? Let me see real quick. I mean, you could always check itch.io. Itch.io has some pretty good free horror games that you can get. But some short ones. Did Madison and Visage count as shorts? I mean, I think it took us, what, two sessions? 2 sessions to finish those games each? Maybe more? Maybe more? Here, let me do a horror search for the games that I have. Ad Infernum was pretty decent. Literally any Chilla's Arts. I recommend looking up Chilla's Arts games on, it is Chilla's Arts. Chilla's Arts. And you can find them on Steam. Those games are really fun, pretty short. You can usually finish them in like a couple hours. Exit 8 is pretty fun. Autopsy Simulator is really fun. Bigfoot, if you're willing to play a multiplayer game. Because it's really goofy with your friends, especially when one of your friends is the Bigfoot. Dredge is pretty fun. It's kind of spooky. It's kind of spooky. If you like chill fishing games with spooky elements, I recommend Dredge. Every single motherfucker in here needs to go play Ghostwire Tokyo. It is not a short horror game, but it is fucking awesome. Ghostwire Tokyo Anonymous. Ghostwire Tokyo right now. Are they a chinchilla? Yes, they're a purple chinchilla. Their mascot is the purple chinchilla. Wait, what is, wait, where's that? BB? Horror furry games are unexpectedly creepy. Didn't see that coming. Ew. How many of them are just mascot horror games though? We don't need to play Ghostwire Tokyo again, do we, chats? Do we need to play Ghostwire Tokyo again? Is it time for the third playthrough of Ghostwire Tokyo? You're not friends? Sorry, I don't make the rules. Finally, more people that know the glory of Ghostwire Tokyo. Thank God. Thank God. It is one of the best Japanese horror games on the planet. And it was given away for free at one. Speaking of which, it's time to go look at Epic Games. Is that the possession game? You're kind of possessed. Not really. You do get superpowers though. It's an open world. Open world in Tokyo. During what is effectively an apocalypse. Oh shit. Amnesia the Bunker is going to be free in a couple days on the 16th. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Albion Online free $50 pack? Who plays Albion Online? Christ. Requires base game. So you can't even get the free pack unless you own the base game. Not many of they're giving away $50, pretty much. Now what is Gravity Circuit? Platformer? Yeah, classic platformer. Is there a boob pad? I'm just wondering. No, we do not have one. As of right now, none of the other merch has ever done well enough to warrant the expenditure on a booby mouse pad. So as of right now, I have no plans to get one. I have no plans to get one. We have tons of products over at V2 Horizon as well as Ubu Market if you're looking for apparel. But right now, it is not in the budget. Let me get back to looking at what other games I have. GTFO is pretty fun. It has the lobby system, technically kind of short. It is very spooky. That game terrifies me for some reason. Labyrinth's kind of short if you want to play something with your buddies too. Oh God, Midnight Ghost Hunt. That's a game I have not got to play to its fullest because we haven't had enough people to play it. It is very good merch. I am very proud of the design that we came up with for the Uwu Market stuff. And I wear the hoodie almost every day except when it gets like really hot. It's my favorite comfort hoodie. I got it as an extra large because I wanted to be able to like pull my legs and stuff into it, and it's super comfy. It's a very comfy hoodie. I'm still scrolling my horror games to see if there's anything. Of course, there's always Outlast and Outlast Trials. Don't play Panicore. Pigface. Pigface is fun if you want to go on a murder spree. Shinkansen Zero is one of my favorite, what is it, Chillizart games. But I'm not finding anything else. Veil Transfer is kind of fun. Oh, and of course, World of Horror. World of Horror is a very cool game. Wretched Depths. Wretched Depths. Is Wretched Depths a fishing game that we played before? Oh, yes, it is. Okay, that's a spooky fishing game that we played. Okay. I'm here and I'm fucking exhausted. A good game that's horror that'll make you have your soul jump out of your body is Pacify. Pacify? Huh. Wants to be a curled up hoodie ball? Listen, when it's cold enough, hell yeah, but it has not been cold enough in like 9 months. If you want horror, enable the TTS. Chat will go bonkers. I could, but I think if I did that, I would make it like bit use. Probably. Wait, don't I already have that? Didn't I already turn on the sound alerts TTS? A long time ago? Maybe I did? Last few episodes of the last season looks like be an amazing horror game. I am not touching my dress up darling because the person who made that game is a bitch. I also will not ever download Roblox. I ain't playing the pedophile game. Nor am I playing the pedophile defender game. Silva just so I could break it? Okay. Pacify is basically a ritualistic type of game. Ritualistic? Spooky fishing game? There's a couple of spooky fishing games. Based. Oh, I was thinking of the Roblox game. Yeah, I was thinking of the Roblox game. Worthy of the dog shit stuck to my shoe? Yep. Okay. No, yeah, you're right. Wait, my Dress Up Darling had a horror game in it? Wait, what? Yeah, for some reason my brain was thinking of the dress up Roblox game. And I heard that game has seasons as the creator updates it. Arcos the Black, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Oh, good Lord. Yeah, Dress to Impress. That's what it was. Mandatory view message observed. Please and thank you. Viewer ordain. Yeah, that's what I was thinking of. Dress to Impress is what I was thinking of. And got banned. Strepple or something? Struple? I think I know the one you're talking about. Yeah, they banned him because he was hunting down pedophiles. Wheel of Punishment. All right. All right. Hold on. Spin, spin, spin. Oh, what was that? No, not the minute and a half plank. The Incredibles meme. Was it one of the ones that's like math is math? But it was pedophilia is pedophilia? Hunting down pedophiles is not a crime. Insane Clown Posse taught me that. Listen, sometimes you can trust clowns, okay? Last season, the last few episodes are based around a horror game called Coffin. It's about a nun that suffers a psychotic break and kills the other nuns, but it's all in her head. Isn't that a puppet combo game? No, is that scene where Dicker comes in and Bob's like, I'm fired, aren't I? Ah. All right, so hold on, chat. I need to set up the game for y'all. We're gonna do stream pairs. Wait. What was that? What is emote search? What is emote search? Entertain your viewers by searching the sequences of emotes? Hello? Okay, hold on a second. New game? New game? Chat? New game? Okay, watch sequences of emotes and search for them. Type the sequences coordinates in the chat. Okay. Interesting. All right, I'm gonna go refill my water and then I'm gonna start the plank. So you'll know when I get back. I will say something, but just give me a minute to go refill my water because I need it for all y'all self-cares. Look at y'all. You figured it out. There you go. All right. It still sucks. Do y'all want to try one more round? One more round while I go do the bench, not the bench, the plank. No, no. All right. Do y'all want pairs instead? Do y'all want the pairs game instead? Nope, nope. I hate it. No more game. No, 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 no. It's the I liked it. I like it too. It's kind of neat. We can switch to pairs. We can do pairs today. Here, we'll do pairs. Oh, where is it? What do you mean you don't like pairs? Yeah, you need to get 5 emotes in a row and you have to put in the beginning and the ends. Or is it Battleship? No, they it looks like they only have 4 games right now and we've shown off all 4 games on stream now. All right, we'll do pairs. And I am gonna get on the floor and do the plank. Get out of here, chair. All right, I gotta do a 1.5-minute plank. Probably just a skill issue. It does sound like a skill issue. The drawing or words? All right, let me get timer. Any of the puppet combo games? True. All right, let's do this. Ah. One minute left. Fifteen seconds. Okay. What if we just listed every combo? You can only do 2 per section. All right, though, chat. I'm gonna give you one more round just because I need to go grab something out of the fridge. Punkmon? I don't know what Punkmon looks like. All right, give me just a second. I'm gonna look up Punkmon too. Okay. I'll be back in just a second. I'm going to get some, I had some overnight oats, so give me a second. Okie dokie. All right. Now, where am I? I got some strawberry cinnamon overnight oats. Just wanted to nerd out here. Makes sense. Makes sense. All right, hold on. Is Punkmon in Time Stranger? Okay, so Impmon to Punkmon to Loudmon. That's a modified Growlmon. To Heavy Metal Dramon. Ooh, okay, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. If Gilmon's evolution line was based on Impmon instead of Gilmon? Yeah, that's pretty much what this looks like. All right. Time dumping for guessing? Wait, what? What do you mean? Anyway, oats. Ow. It will. We won't have to wait till the next day. Wait, release time. Okay. Did they announce the time window? The flag sunk? That makes sense. All right. Put that away. Big chatting position. I forgot to change the screen. How do I play this game? Actually, I think you can scan into the game, can't you? They do that for the other games. You can technically scan into the game on your phone. Oh, but you can't really do it if... Is there... I don't think there's an in-phone. Not those ones. Only words. I wonder why they would only do that in words. Okay, hold on. Got some green stuck in my throat. Ugh. Goodness. Oh, that's good to know, Prey. So maybe it'll drop at noon. Oh my goodness. If there's a phone code, I could scan every number in every way with no limits. Oh, maybe. Maybe. That's also the thing with overnight oats is they're not cooked oats. They're just soaked oats. So they're still like really grainy. Ow. Okay. Oh, that's perfect. That's fucking perfect. I hope I get to preload it. Hold on. Oh, man. They better let us preload it because I am not going to be able to download it and stream at the same time. The image of you smoking is so cool. Could you make that a toggle? Huh? What are you on about, Anonymous? How long ahead can you make overnight oats out of curiosity? These oats are at least... Hold on, let me see. This is actually a packaged one that I got on a whim when I was at the grocery store. When does it say this one was made? I got it 2 days ago. So it's at least 2 days old. And it has fresh strawberries and almonds in it. Smoking cigs. I mean, do I have an art piece of me smoking? I can't think of one off the top of my head. Have you seen the gameplay trailer of Ananta? I have, Hollow. Hi, Mungo. Do I have an image somewhere of me smoking? Listen, I did make a character and a persona that honestly probably would fit with smoking, so it makes sense. And maybe someday when we eventually get the Mafia boss outfits, we may have a smoking toggle. Hard may. But IRL, I will never smoke. Not once, not ever, with no certainty. Nor will I ever do a Zin, nor will I ever do any other kind of nicotine pouch. Because that shit is a waste of money and a waste of health. Not only are you throwing your money away, you're throwing your fucking life away by even engaging in those things. And the companies know it. They don't care. They are selling you your own death. Okay. All right. Are we ready for Slime Rancher chat? Are we ready for Slime Rancher? Slime Rancher 2. Or riding a motorcycle? I love motorcycles. Straight up ranching my slime? Shorts? Somebody get the hose. Hose down Captain Horny over there. All right, now I haven't opened this game in a long time, so I need to double check if the audio is still like set up right. And again, I played this game as my own comfort game a long time ago. Oh, I should have checked when I last played it, but I already clicked play. All right, hold on just a second. It tastes like ranch flavored jello. What? Never had slime with ranch. How does it taste? Well, would it serve and just have something to do at least a little more unique? Yeah, it would be like, I was think the model that I would have would honestly be kind of like a seated model. Like it'd be sitting, it'd be like one hand's like resting on an armrest, fingers holding a cigarette of some kind. When you're done with the host, can I borrow it? I just ate some ghost pepper salsa. It was good, but I'm now on fire. That's a shame. You're gonna have to live with that one. I don't think the host is gonna save you. All right. Gaming screen. Howdy, kids. All right. Chat. Welcome to the comfy world of Slime Rancher. Hold on. I want another bite of my oats. Ow. These are really good. But it'll make me feel better about my decisions, will it? Okay, and I mentioned I played this game before. And I also mentioned I am not... Mandatory view message. Stab multiple slimes, please, and thank you. Is there a barbecue slime there? I don't think so. There's a fire one. Now let's see. I don't even remember how far into this game I was. I don't think I was very... Oh, I just got a bunch of achievements. Oh, good Lord. Okay. How do I play this game? I don't remember how. Personal Pronto Mart link? Wait, is the interface supposed to be this big? It feels gigantic. Um... I guess not. I guess the interface is just intentionally really big. Made of ranch, I'm gonna be furious. I don't think there is. Okay. Okay, so that's the Pronto Marts. All my rock bunnies. I like my rock bunnies. Okay. Lightyear Frontier, very similar vibes to farming with demilitarized mech. I think I remember seeing a commie play that. Cuckoo Corners online. Crazy deals on new and exclusive items. Every day is a surprise. Okay. Are these just decorations? Ash pad. Slime toy. Reduce agitation nearby slimes, especially baddie slimes. Okay. For catching items and slimes, thick rope is stiff with seaweed. Gadgets. I don't... Mineral resource flag. Useful marker to call attention to any nearby mineral resources. Hi, Day. Only needs 30 gigs? Hell yeah. All right, so these are new. These are things that weren't here when I played this game last. Decorations, decorations. Pride flag! Oh, hive resource flag. Gadget blueprints? Amber warp depot. Green warp depot. Red warp depot. Tar Sandy. Oh no. Linked cannon. Transport them across distances. Does it just shoot them somewhere? Stunt cannons. Wait, these say they're different colors, but aren't actually apparently. What are these? Berry teleporter. Oh, okay. Would these be something that we could carry with us? Ferris wheels! Why are they only blue and mint? Where's the red? This bullshit. This is bullshit. All right. We gotta do the maintenance, chat. We gotta do the maintenance. All right, my water slimes. Cotton plorts. That's from the rabbits. 40! Cotton candy go rounds? Nope, shit. That's fine. Oh yeah. All right, let's go get these other ones picked out. Wait, what are you again? Refinery link. Ah, this is where I've been. This is where I've been storing all things. Okay. Oops. Okay. All the fruits. Here, we'll save some of these. does, if I remember correctly. I think the refinery is also where, like... That is a lot of carrots. There's so many carrots here. Can I not? Oh, it won't. Okay. I guess I need to go put them in the feeder then. I forget. What do y'all eat? Fruit, veggie, meats. Okay, so it doesn't matter too much. Didn't I? I thought I gave y'all a feeder. Oh! Okay. Chimpkins. Veggies, good. Fruit, veggies, meat. Okay. I may have to go check my other sections because, again, this is basically playing catch up. And these guys are all definitely hungry. Okay, let's go get the rest of these carrots. We can probably feed them. Okay, meat and fruit. That's okay. It looks like we have a lot of chickens. Apparently I did. Apparently I did, in fact, just abandon my slimes. I don't remember what some of these are. Use. Okay, that's money. Which we can actually almost afford. You were fruit, right? Meat and fruit. Okay, let's go get these chickens. All right, chat, avert your gaze. Look away, chat. Look away. Okay. Yeah, why not? Are they hungry? I forget. Does the pink mean water slimes are hungry? I don't remember. This is Slime Rancher 2. Look at those smug bastards. Look at those smug bastards. All right. Air nets. Auto feeder. Nah. Okay, I forget. Down here. Okay, this is where all the other stuff is. Gadgets. Ooh. Okay, that's why I have the refinery link up there. That's teleporters. Wait, blue links. Combined ancient warp technology, slime science allows two sides of the link cannon to efficiently transport items across distances. So... Of course, decorations. God, apparently there's still so many decorations we're missing. Oh God, okay, maybe there is more circus decorations. Oh wait, did I miss one? Utilities, flags, accelerator. Too many accelerators bin space and time. Accelerate responsibly. Dream lantern. Okay. Now these all say that they're utility, but like variants. Okay, it's just versus purple or pink. Any feral slime that hears it? Okay. And then upgrades. Extra tanks. Sandy, silky sand. Okay. heart cell. Yes. Pulse wave. Would you scare slimes? Because feral slimes are mean. My gaze will be averted. It's fine. Add a pulse. Pushes away slimes whenever you need some personal space. Ooh, flutter plorts. Which are the butterfly ones, I'm pretty sure. Have some brine, but only 2 silky sands. Okay. I forget, does this connect to the cave? I think this is the cave. Oh. Okay. Okay, and then this is the entrance. Outward. What is this way? Hello? What is the hollow? Okay. Oh, I guess I've never gone that way. I can see it? What do you mean you can see it? All right, we're gonna go back and we're gonna go to, I'm pretty sure there's a different cave. What's this? That's behind the house. Where does this go? Another cliff? Why are there all these cliff connections? Huh. The horror? Which horror? Okay, this is the, yes, sea hens. Okay, deposit silicon in the laboratory where you can use it for crafting vac upgrades or slime science upgrades. Okay. Water. Water. I know I had... I'm like 90% sure I had another section. I think it's over here. No? What? I thought I had another section to the farm. Huh. Maybe I'm not as far ahead as I thought I was. All right, maybe we do need to do some auto feeders. Here, do you have an auto feeder? Solar shields. I don't think we needed a solar shield for you, so I never got one. Which one's slow? Oh, good lord. Okay, we're gonna have to clean you out. I can only carry 30 at a time. Okay. You don't have a music box. Damn, I really am neglecting these poor guys. Oh, this is the feeder. Okay. Then we gotta... see, are these worth anything right now, or should I just 7.25? That's pretty good. All right, let's go get those other tabby ones. Just leaving the slimes out in the UV rays unprotected. The reason that some of them need it is because they are like actually like nighttime slimes and they're sensitive to sunlight, which is why like that one has UV protection. That's why it's so much darker. These guys like the sunlight. I think we kind of might as well just sell the pink ones. Actually, nah, we'll storm. We'll storm in the refinery. We're going researching, kids. All right, let's go find some shit. Pink slimes, pink slimes. Bunny slime, carrots. Luckily, we don't need carrots. Oh, those are the regular rabbit ones. I was like, wait, why are they gold? Because those are the regular color of the rabbits. Okay. I think I want to go... We're going to go get some silky sand. I think is... Chicky! It's chickadee. Okay. Bunny, tabby. It's the wrong direction. Is that a refinery? Oh, shit. Okay, so there are some just out and about. Regular fruit, regular fruits. Yeah, it seems like I've really only kind of explored the, like main areas. Okay, yeah, this is the right direction. Yoink! Hi, Deadly Sun. How's the slime? I'm just coming back to the game after a long time away, so I'm still trying to get my bearings. Now... Wait. Oh, okay, no. Those are just showing me the expansions. Those are just the major expansion sections. I think next I'm going to save up money and we'll get this section. I could have swore I had, like, bats and stuff. Ooh, that didn't sound good. What was that? Okay, we already have anglers. Oh, okay, this is the ocean area. They're all pissed! Okay. Whoop. Uh-oh. Oh, I don't have enough energy. Damn it. Favorite slime combos so far? I played Slime Rancher 1, but I don't remember all of the combinations that are available. Right now, I think my favorite ones I have are the lantern and the anglerfish. I combined the two glowy boys. Okay, so we haven't discovered more that way. Oh, there's a sand thing. Oh, oh, it's chickens. Oh, was that all just
Look
two?
at you.
Oh, man. Withheld all the Slime Rancher gameplay? I mean, I played it like over a year ago. This is totally a normal section as you would expect to find here. Absolutely normal. All right, wait for you to go off again. Yee! Okay. Now, I definitely have not discovered all of the like search areas here. Oh, cave. Okay. Your crimes don't expire? Yes, they do. There's the statutes of limitations. Oh, shit. Oh, these are oil. Phew. Cool. Okay. Huh. What are you doing up here? Wait, do I have a ring? Oh, yeah, I do have ringtails, right? Right? Question mark? You're coming with me, buddy. I don't remember if I have ringtails. Okay. I'm trying to find like the other like map because we're in the section I haven't discovered. So there has to be like one of the scan things here, right? Maybe I should just try going up. Like, I don't think they're ever like in a cave, right? Okay. US government wants your location? No! That shit's mine! Oop. Oh, maybe I can't go up. Maybe I need to go through. Thing is, though, is I'm pretty sure I've explored a lot of these caves. That one's open, see? So I have been here. Oh, there's the bats. See, that's why I thought I'd gotten the bats. You're my friend now. And see, we gotten the rocks. Wait, no, these are crystals. We didn't get the rocks. Huh. Hi, chicken. Okay. Oh, also that. Shit, we don't have enough space. There's more oil. Oh no, this is lava dust. Shit. Sorry, Ringtail. Oh, whoops. Oh, this guy. Uh-oh. Okay. He wants fruit. Which we didn't bring. Also the lava slimes. Actually, hold on a second. Splash, 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 splash. Can I vacuum up lava? Doesn't look like it. Damn it. There goes all my water. Boom. Again, I could have swore I came through here and got like all the slimes and stuff that I could want. This is fine though. Getting as much upgrade materials works for me. Was this where we came in? This is where we came in, wasn't it? No, no, this is further down. I don't think I want to go down, though. Oh. I feel at home here. When I traveled across the glass desert, it was caves just like this one that gave me shelter and allowed me to survive my trek. Okay. He's a little bee. Oil. Oh. Chicken. Totally not a shrine to slimes. Ooh, what are you? You look like fruit that I could go feed to that big bat, but... Fuck, dude. That's okay. We'll come back for the bats later. Pomegranates.
Making the mother of all omelets here, Jack. Can't fret over every egg.
Excuse me. Oh, I don't have any energy because I just sprinted all the way. Anglers. Yeah, we're back in the same spot. We'll go back. We'll go back. We'll see if we can raise enough money to get the other section. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna try to start priming the area for like lava slimes and stuff, I think will be the plan. Step inside, step inside. Hello. Ooh. DKR Junior Gaming? Is that what that is? It's this way. It is this way. I wish I had more slots. And I think I can get some later, but not right now. Unfortunately. I think in some places there's also faster ways back, but see, like I've been there. I remember being there. Again, I could have swore I had more sections than just these. All right, let's go back. Oh, hi, Ingy boys. No, don't touch me! Okay. Armstrong heard you got oiled? No! The slime? Yes, the slime. My slimes. I like my slimes. Please and thank you. I like putting the shla on things, okay? Message waiting for you. Oh, that's right. Comm station, comm station. Is that in the house? I do not remember. Let's go put all of these things in the refinery. All right, we're holding on to the pomegranate real quick. And I guess we're getting these real quick, too. All right, how are you doing over here? Veggies? I don't have any veggies on me. The carrot's growing! Okay, yeah, those are rock ones. Those aren't crystal ones. You like fruit, don't you? Have some fruits, big guys. All right, let's go. I knew it! I do have another area. I fucking knew it. Aha! See, there's my lava and crystal boys. Okay. Oh, Candy engaged the lurk check. All right, time to check in, kids. Who's all here? Oh, my one baddie boy. Oh, I'm sorry, baby. Come here. Come here. Here, have fruit. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh, my. I don't have any chickadees. Well, where the fuck all my chickadees go? Okay, Elder Collector. Oh, that's cute. My baby! Oh, I should have brought the other bats back. Oh, no. Okay, foods. We're gonna make this... Wait, what do these guys like again? Meat and veggies? Okay, I know what we're gonna do. You. Excellent. Okay, then we're gonna do the dumb thing, which is just store them in there and we'll pick these up. All right. What is this? This is just another way out, isn't it? He's in solitary confinement. Yeah. Oh. Oh. Oh, this is another extension. Okay. 6K. Oh my God. Okay. That's fine. We have some nice plorts right now. It's okay. Now what we're gonna do is we have these fruit. Let's get some more fruits. We'll sell these plorts. Okay, yeah, those are all ringtails. Those are honey ringtails. We'll sell these. Okay. Let's go check the upgrades real quick since we just came back with a bunch of the supplies for it. That's heart module. Oh, we need baddie plorts for this. Okay, that's good to know. Baddie plorts. I forget how to get power chips and stuff. Dash boots. Ooh. Hell yeah. Reduce energy consumption of sprinting? Sold. Sold, baby. Okay. Tank boost. Wait, is tank booster the... Okay, so we need tabby plorts. Which we actually do have. Let's go get some. What is his crime? I think I only came back with one. I guess. Oh, here, hold on. I know what we're gonna do real quick too. Here. Okay. We're gonna go make another fuck palace. Oh shit, you guys are hungry too? Also, let's grab those tabby plorts while I'm here before I forget. What is this crime? Enjoying a succulent Chinese meal? Okay. And then we're gonna go all the way back over here. Oh wow, I really do sprint a hell of a lot faster. Not faster, but with less energy. Okay. Here's the pen. And then one rooster for you. All right, now get to fucking. Anyway. Slurp. Don't worry, buddy. We'll get you some housemates. We will get you some housemates. I swear. Oh, wrong direction. His name's... They're called roostros. They're not roosters. They're roostros. It's the fuck palace. What do you mean? Did you not notice how many chickens were in this other coop? Do you think that just happened spontaneously? I beg to differ, mister. All right, chat. Actually. Okay, it's gonna be a while until those pomegranates grow. Let's go find that comms thing. I'm pretty sure it's in here. No. Where was the comms thing? Is the of course, it's the satellite, the tiny satellite-looking thing. The stork didn't bring them. Bob, hi, Bob. Hello, fellow human. Has gifts for you. Oh, chickens. Blueprint now available at the fabricator. Rainbow mounds. I forgot about this nerd. I love him. One person trusts another person's issued gift. Agrees spontaneity. Oh, home portals. Been trying to get a hold of you. I've analyzed one of the drones you've been finding all over that island, and I know why it's so familiar to me. It's mine, is it? Or at least it's the one that I've seen before in my dreams anyway. What? Took it I knew it was familiar, so I began looking through some of the old slime science journals of mine. These journals are mostly future projects, but sometimes they're speculative technology. You know me, I'm always thinking 6 steps ahead to keep mochi tech on top of the industry, while sometimes I come up with the impossible stuff that I may never engineer in my lifetime. Or exactly that. Impossible with today's technology and taken right from the pages of my journals. There's something I saw in a dream. Huh. Some kind of archive and then we can unlock. Okay. Hi, Odston. Look at this dude. This is Queens, by the way. This is how I imagine Queens at times. I thought it would take the same time. Shame about the pie, though. Ooh. Oh, okay. Okay, hold on. We don't really need to rush now getting a section, because I knew that I had another section. And what are these blueprints that we just got? Here it is, the cannon. Boom plort and puddle plort. Okay. Doubles the firepower against tar, which I haven't had an issue with tar, so I guess at some point tar are gonna just start attacking us. I guess. Okay, so blue return home, yellow return home. Ah, I don't have enough money. Is it? Where is it? Is there a build mode that I've forgotten about? I think there is. Okay, hold on. Options. Gadget mode? T, okay. Okay, so maybe I can go put it elsewhere? Am I not carrying it? Okay, then apparently I have tables and chairs and stuff. Okay. So yeah, that'll return us home. So, yeah. T to put it away. Okay, so we can go put that teleporter down. Probably in the cave, methinks. All right, we're going back to the cave, kids. We got a long way to go. Actually, it's right there, isn't it? Yeah, that's the one. Or you can do that to me. Okay. Wait for the energy to regen. Oh, hi, Angie guys. Okay. Fish slime? I don't think you're gonna be able to get it to work that way. Hello? Okay, let's go catch some bats. Okay. Maybe we should pick up some fruit while we're about, methinks. Oh wait, no, those are carrots. This is fine. Probably. Oh, there's another one of those things. I'm on a mission here, but that hasn't changed anything about these guys. Also, I have had these oats in front of me this whole time. I have not been eating them. Ow. Okay. No, let me up higher. All right, let's go to the ocean area. Oh, there's tar. Ow! Oh. Why is there lava dust here? Okay. All right, ad break's gonna start in just a second, so let me go ahead and pause this, and I will get y'all the matching game. Okay, I did refill my water last time, so I don't think I'm gonna go anywhere. I think we're just gonna take a brief break. And that gives me time to kind of sit here for a second and enjoy my oats. I want my oats. Delicious. Okay. Not even the new game? What do you mean? Oh, well, I mean, y'all didn't like the new game. We'll definitely try it again in the future. But right now we're gonna do stream pairs because y'all didn't seem to like it that time around. I know you did, Sunstar. I know you did. But at this rate, I don't think y'all are gonna get this one. Shamrock 39. Computer 33. Oh, I didn't realize the timer was out. I was like, why did it stop? Hello? Chat, how are the rest of you doing? How much time do we have? Let's see. A minute? We'll do another round. We'll do one more round. Okay. All the game talk distracted me. I'm sorry. Sunstar couldn't carry this time around. Oh no, it's flag time. Well, I've already seen Belgium twice, and I just already forgot which ones they were. God damn it. Wait. Okay, that wasn't right. There we go. I have no idea what flag that is, but it looks cool. Ooh, wait. Oh, shit. 43 is, I think it's like 43 and 5, maybe? 43 and 3? Nice. I hope there's double Brazil. I'm too locked into Ireland's. They're right next to each other. There you go. Oh shit, I think that was the flag of Bhutan is 9 with the big dragon. All right. Okay. Put that away. We get back to farming. Yes, farming. Oh god, the tar is following me. I'm trying to get to the cave that we were before. Oh! Come on! There we go. Okay. It should be this cave. No more slime pad. No more slime pad. It's okay. We're on an important mission. We need our bat buddies. We need unfused bat buddies. Also kind of want to get this over here. I think all of them are going to have been fused by now. Okay, then down here should be... Oh! Oh no, this is... another way out. What side are we on? Huh. Okay. Here, let's go back in first. It's just a cheap trick to make weak slime strong. No, it's the save space. Because then instead of having to have them in independent ones, you can fuse them together. Oh, man. Although we also kind of do need plain crystal slimes. There aren't any. Oh, you're one. Yoink. All right. We're gonna abandon the lava dust. Okay. Okay. Here's the bat boy. I don't think we're gonna have enough fruit for him. Nope, not enough. Oh, hi, the ringtail's still here. But where are the bats? Where are the bats that we left here? Oh, man. There's lava slime. Oh, shit. Okay, these are all turning into tar. There's the tar music. Okay, this was the other way. So let's go this way. Let's go this way. Lava place. They're gonna be angry, but you'll never take me. There's gotta be friendly slimes around here somewhere. It's not the crystal slime. It will go for you, though. I missed him. Woo! I don't know where those start. Oh! Okay, I think we're gonna have to go further that way. Actually, maybe I can get up there. Be gone! Okay. Yeah, then I think we can get up there. Hello? More lava slime. Ooh. Ooh, heartbeat. But here, we'll take that. Take that. There's... Oh, there are some bats down there. Get out of here. You. Oh, where did he go? Where'd he go? That one? Oh, no. Brittle. Oh, actually, get rid of this one. There's more pomegranates here than anything else. Oh, hi! They're chasing me! Pew. Okay. Wait, what was that? Did I see a black slime? That wasn't tar? No, okay, it was the oil. Chipkins. Oh, there's the lava, big lava slime over there. Okay. There's something there, but... Okay. I think we're gonna go check out that big slime. Hello. Oh. Okay. Okay, that's an interesting area, but we're gonna go over here first. Kinda wanna... This is the whole fucking ruin, dude. Mandatory view message. Acknowledged. Hi, viewer ordained. Who's putting chickens in pottery? That's a good meat. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, jeez. That just became active as I got closer. I did not realize these were... Oh, it's so weird. Okay. You don't have any meat. Nor do I don't think I can make a lava pool, so I can't really collect carrots. All right, we're gonna go this way because we're gonna go head over there to that other ruin. I still have not found the thing that's supposed to give me the like map layouts, and I know there's supposed to be something that does it. I just can't remember what it looks like. Hello. All right, Hin Hin, you're with me. You may end up going into the belly of a, Go this way. Okay. Hello? There's benches here. Conservatory bench. Huh. Okay. Okay, I think I can make it up there. Come on. Damn it. You have to go over there to get across? Maybe? We'll probably get eaten too. Oh, it's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. There we go. There we go. Okay. You. Oh, you didn't break. Hello? Oh. Oh, you're a briar hen. Wait, where'd the hen-hens go? Did I spit out the hen-hens? By accident? I think I did. Bats. Oh, shit. Get out of here. Oh, those are new fruits. You get out of here, too. Bats. Oh, no. Jumping puzzle. Hello? Bats. Don't fall, don't fall, don't fall, don't fall, don't fall, don't fall. Yay, jumping puzzles! And by yay, I mean, oh, fuck. Oh, fuck, I hate jumping puzzles. Okay. Woo! I don't know if I could make it to that section and then up there, but I could try. I don't think I'm gonna get nearly enough lift, though. Oh, wait, no, this is a bigger section than I thought it was. Never mind, we can land right here. Okay. And I think that's something that we can land on. Okay. Oh. Somebody just fall? Hello. You look like a teleporter. That's a lot of plorts. Hello? Pomegranates? Oh, nope, cube fruit. You know, I was kind of expecting something more discoverable up here, but this is fine. Okay, I think we have enough mix of bats and crystals, because then we can fuse them together. And honestly, they'll probably be a little bit easier to feed. Wait. Are you what I think you are? Are you what I'm looking for? No, I think you're just... potted plants, yay! Here, we'll get a few more bats. More prickly pears. God, the crackling of the fire, man. Oh, that's the... Here, I know what we're gonna do. Oh, there's another one right here. Tall magma clump. Okay. I think we're gonna put the teleporter that we have over here. More bats. Do you want more bats? I think I'm good on bats right now. Yoink. Okay. Craft and use the return home portal. Achievement unlocked. The scenery? I did in fact discover the scenery. And we got new comms. Excellent. Actually, we're gonna need these. Alright, let's do this. We must deposit our boys. Wait, y'all are crystals, aren't you? What was I thinking? Here, have a couple more boys. Y'all are all veggie. Do we have a veggie plot in here? Fuck, I don't. Okay. Okay. I do not have any veggies for you right now, guys. All right, chat. I'm gonna need you to avert your gaze. Do not look. Don't look. Don't look, chat. You didn't see anything. They're fine. They're just going to another farm upstate. Oh, you like fruit? Okay. You like veggie? All right, we'll give you some. And then we'll go harvest some other guys. Y'all eat anything if I remember right, so. All right. Let's go feed the other guys their veggies. Y'all already grew again? Okay. I'm contacting PETA? PETA doesn't exist here. I don't think PETA is also a good organization to call, not gonna lie. Oh, 700 for sprinklers. Okay, let's get... Oh, y'all did not give us a whole bunch. Damn. Okay. Hi, Kunst.
Making a mother of all omelets here, Jack. Can't bread over every egg.
You even follow Kunst. All right, hold on. We need money. We have so little money. Chat, we are broke yet again. Luckily, we have a lot of phosphor plorts. And Inkler plorts, hell yeah. Okay. Excellent. Oh my god, all the pink flirts. Okay. How are you doing, Kunst? What trouble are you getting into? Okay. They did say we had something over here. Who was it? Oh, Ogden. They look so hungry, like cats? Yeah. All right, put in a few long nights to reading things. Specifically, I've been going through a field guide and botanical research paper I could dig up on the far range. I thought that even if the flora on Rainbow Island is unnatural, maybe it would have recorded some information we could use. Turns out there's nothing. I can't find a single mention of rainbow-hued flora anywhere, so that means that whatever happened on that island to make it look the way it does relatively recently? Uh-oh. Okay. Down the middle? Tread carefully out there. Nature can be a dangerous thing to us, but it pales in comparison to what we can do to ants. You Russian bastard, how are you doing? All right. Here, let's check these other guys. Jesus, okay. Yeah, we're gonna empty out their plorts because they've got 2 whole inventories for me worth of plorts. Okay. Yes, we are in fact crashing the market, by the way. No God will save me. I will single-handedly make all of the other investors go bankrupt. What happens? She just makes me watch food videos? Yes, I make everybody starving. I whet everyone's palate and then feed them nothing. Madam, yes, what can I do for you? Okay. You have 3K. Question is, do we go upgrade a bunch of these things, or... No, we gotta. There's a whole chicken coop down here that's like unupgraded.
What's your
Carbolos!
pleasure? What's your fear?
Thank you for getting a... Yeah, thank you for getting a sub for Impy. Oh. All right, boys. Fruits. Have some fruit, boys. Ink. Ink. Okay, then. Only good goons get to lick the food pictures? What? Okay. I probably need to get some water for those guys because I don't think they're really producing any plorts. Yes, boss. Dang right. Dang right. Okay. Let's go check some upgrades really quick. Upgrades. Heart cell again. I don't remember how to get a heart cell. Silky sand is what we need there. Radiant ore. Wild honey. Jetpack drive. With the Goon Union? Are y'all unionizing? You're obligated to tell me if you're unionizing. I forget where to get wild honey. I guess that would be useful if I had a fucking flag. I know there used to be a section I could get it. How did you get out? Oh, wait, it does have an awning. That's concerning. Oh, okay. Oh, Victor. I have something I want to share with you about the AI. As you know, we've been exchanging questions with one another, and this back and forth became faster and more casual over time, almost like a natural conversation. I assumed it was simply evolving and adapting to the style of talk it observed in me, but then something happened. We began playing games of Go? Are we Japanese? On the other hand, is a different thing. Be called the Goonion or an orgy. It is not an orgy, Grebos. Goonin and Splooden. Oh my god. All right. go long into the night, and so we'd have our conversations feeling more natural, even though I knew this entity I was speaking to was just a complex collection of codes. And then one day, as the sun was rising, it suggested just one more game. I said certainly, but I need to make myself a cup of coffee if I were to stay awake for it. It replied, me too. Not knowing what to say. Hold on, I have one more bite of my oats that I've had sitting in here for like the last 2 hours. Ow. Mm-hmm. I feel like some of y'all are forgetting the meaning of goon in this household. Chat, do we need to have this talk? Do I need to get the sign again? Hold your horses. I can't believe y'all are making me tap the sign again. This is insanity. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, pink elephants. Goonin is doing crime for the boss. That is correct. Remember the sign, kids. Remember the sign. It's a very good song, Coons. That was a metal version that I found. Yes, another word for hinchin. That is correct. That is the only kind of gooning we accept around here. Okay. Anyway, back to the game. Heard from them since, but I hope I do. Also, hold on, I gotta fix my hair. Okay. Important distinction, very important. Okay. Hold on. They said this thing changes, like the cuckoo corner changes daily. Curious flag. Huh. Yarn ball slime toy. No. No. Okay. Utilities. These were warp depots, but what do they warp? Of course we have to buy the red one, right? Red one is the most important. Music pillar. Huh. Okay. One red warp depot. Does it teleport stuff back to my base for me? Set a 2 gadget that allows you to remotely transfer resources between 2 points. Hell yes, Fireplort. Fuck. Does anybody know how I'm able to keep lava slimes? Does anybody know that? Off the top of their head. Here, we're gonna take another one of these with us. Okay. Mooks can be minions? True. Mook Goon Lieutenant Capiton. Okay, let's go. We had 17, we have 22 fruits. I think that's gonna be enough. But oh, wait. I took a chickadoo. We'll take 15. All right, we're taking these to try and feed them to the, oh, what do they call it? All of the, I'm brain farting. I think these are gonna be the angry guys. Eat pants. Yes, you can bite me, sure. Okay. And then we need to go find the bats. That's gonna be the first stop. Wait, where was it? Oh, it's over there. Hello. I'm a creature of chaos and arson. Well, we already knew that. Oh, the incinerator is the habitat? Oh. I never realized that. Okay, that's good to know. We'll pick up a bunch of lava slimes while we're out here. We'll pick up a bunch of lava slimes while we're out here. We just need to go this way. Up. It was double wrong. Triple wrong, even. We'll also try to pick up some more pomegranates while we're on our way. Now we can go this way. And there's gonna be all these angry guys. That's fine. Yes, boys, I know. Okay. Up here. I thought a mook was a Goonian term for scabs, is it? Like a narc? Are y'all crushing skulls again? Okay. And then it is this way? No, it's over here, isn't it? Please be enough. Please be enough fruits. It's still so funny to me that that ringtail is still here. Be satisfied, damn you. No! Fuck! Oh wait, we were gonna get some lava slimes, weren't we? That's not a lava slime, that's a boom slime hiding in the lava. Limit time offer today, check it out. Oh, there's some. Oh, pain, this is gonna hurt. Pew. Okay. That makes me think that we're definitely not gonna have enough chickens for this, this other lava. With that boom slime that's blocking the way. Okay, though, there's more here. Yoink. Yoink, yoink. Yoinkity yoink. Okay. Lurk check, chats. That means you have to say hi. You're legally obligated. There's more over here. Yes, I know there's tar. Oh, hey, a bunch of bats. Okay. We're taking our happy ass to that other slime. Meow. Uh-oh. I need to regen some energy. Oh, that didn't work. Oh, hey. Nope, go boom. Okay. Oh, there's some more fire slimes. I want to get at least 10. More chickens. And of course there's tar. Of course there's tar here. Okay, and these things, some of these had, there they are. Oh, hell yeah, even more? Okay. Ooh, don't actually touch that. Phew. I don't think this is going to be enough to satisfy him either. We'll have to go look around for some more chickens. Oh, son of a bitch, dude. I don't think I need more than 15. I think more than 15 is probably overkill. We'll take some more lava dust, though. Veggies. Wait, what is that? Odd onion. I can't trust this onion, even less than a normal onion? What is that? Can I plant it? Can I plant the onion? Fuck you. He's just smiling at me menacingly. Yeah. Oh, Jesus. He just explode? Also, all these plorts, dude. Yoink. Oh, that's a pomegranate. Whoop. Okay. Clearly not enough. Yeah, it's been a long time since I've touched a game, though. Phew. Okay, then. B movie time? No. We are doing movie night tonight, though. I don't have an incinerator. Okay, let's go over here. Time for you to go to bed. Have a good night, Corbella. Sleep well. Thank you for hanging out. How highly likely gay lore? What? Oh, man. Okay, where are you? My babies! Oh, no, we don't have a plort. Where are they? Plort sorter. All right. Okay. Doodles. Blender movie made by man. I like the jankiness. Yes, correct. Phew. Okay, we don't have any elderly ones. On Beef Wellington, but spiraled out of control from there? Oh no. All right, fine. We need to get enough money to make an incinerator now. Vegetables. Okay. Give me your honey plorts. Oh, whoops. Ringtail plorts. Okay. That fruit also just finished growing, which means we can grab that in a second. Eat your vegetables? I like my vegetables. I love broccoli. Okay. Oh, right. We also have these. Okay. Thing is, though, right now we also don't have a plot. Got 1,600. No tabbies? Wow. Ew. Sorry, buddy. That's another elderly one. A lot of elderly roasters here. Okay. Oh, heck. Oh, that was my leg. It's mandatory now. If I don't see one tier during the credits, we're doing it all over. Oh, shit. What do you mean I'm gonna cry from my cute, wholesome farming game? So the other one was 6,000. This one was like 20 something? 2,800. Was the other one also 2,800 or was it 2,600? $2,800 too. Okay. All right, let's get that fruit. You've just volunteered. Congratulations. Oh, the pomegranates. Okay. Are y'all pooping plorts outside now? Is that what these guys are doing? Okay, so we got 20 pomegranates for the bats. Single hen currently. We'll get more. In a second. Oh, actually, they said they had a special at the shop. What is it? Is it under the cuckoo corner? Ice lamp. Ooh. Shut up, chat. Is it this thing? It's like a different color? No, that's just its backdrop. What is the... I don't get it. I'm dumping. We need 10 CC stat? What do you mean? Okay, let's see. I don't think I have anywhere I can build an incinerator. Oh, hey. Interesting. Maybe that's why. Maybe all of these other sections have like a chance to spawn deep brine. Okay. I think we're just gonna go. We'll pick up chickens on the way. Big only has one dumpy. They need more. How many do you need? Chickens, chickens, chickens? No? No chimpkins? Oh, chimpkins.
What's your pleasure? What's your fear?
Ew. Sorry, you're coming with me. Ooh. Oh no, that was a port. Okay. Bee, thank you for giving a sub to Big. Oh, hello. Sure. Although they all just fluttered away, didn't they? Oh no, I got a stony hen. That's fine. Yeah. Oh, they're not tabbies anymore. They're... Oh, I see you. Here, have stony hen. More pomegranates. Don't mind if I do. Just in case. I'm looking for chickens. I don't see any more chickens. Oh, speak of the devil. No! No, my fucking chicken! Don't worry, guys. I'm not leaving the family behind. All good. We got all of them, including the baby. It'll be totally fine. Everything is copacetic. Enough dumpies to reach terminal to velocity? Oh my god. Okay. Hey, there's another onion. Leave me alone. Oh, there's more here. Oof. I don't know what that was. I'm not gonna stick around to see it. Okay. I think we got enough, right? We got... Oh, hello? That's just a plethora of them. Okay. Bats. Big fat bats. Straight ahead. Hey, restaurant. Yoink. Yoink. Okay. You better accept all of this fruit, mister. Okay. Hey, buddies. Ooh. Briar hens. Don't mind if I do. A crack? Oh. More briar hens. Don't mind if I do. Okay, so this was another exit out here. There's another tar over there. There's our buddy over there. Oh, hello. Oh, what are you? Yay! Finally. It also looked like there was something up there, so... Uh-oh. Okay, we had to land here because I did not want to mess that up. If I ever lose my B-movie emote, I've become my own streamer, unlock emotes, and add it as a backframe one. Oh, it's the bee. Never managed to conclude if the Prisma waves caused all the lava to erupt to the surface, but I believe it did. The rainbow grass and iridescent tracks, all lovely to see, and the ecosystem seems to coexist with it to some degree, but this lava, this is the breaking point. My guess is it started like it always does. It creeps up a few degrees over the years, and you hardly notice, and then one day you realize you're cooking. It's the frog in the pot scenario. What's that sound? Okay. All right, chat. We gotta do the thing. We gotta go. We gotta feed the boy. We gotta feed the boy. The last one going in is the child. Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God. Hi, guys. Excuse me, I'd like to go in here. Oh, damn. Don't mind if I do. Ooh, wait. Ember Valley Portal. Hacks the ancient warp network on Rainbow Valley, allowing one-way travel to Ember Valley. Ooh. Oh, there's another bee here. This gate is still sealed too, so I really must have been the first to enter since it was abandoned. I was there that I had my first doubts. I thought I was talking to engineers, problem solvers, people who could fix what I found. But once we left the labyrinth, met up here, I saw they were smiling. They were excited at the sight of opportunity. The company had sent their money people, not engineers. I don't think they had even considered stabilization. It wasn't long before it all collapsed. Corporations fucked it up. Oh, who would have thought? I'm not missing anything, right? Doesn't look like it. All right. The baby. Oh, right. We're going to set the baby free. Good luck, kids. Oh. Okay, that doesn't seem good. Oh. There's a shape thing there. Hold on. F1 blueprints? Okay, so we got that. We opened two things though. What was the other thing that we got? Lump, rock. Do we need to put something there? Interesting. Okay, maybe we need to come back here later. That works for me. Let's also go see if we can build the... Actually, hold on. Can I check what we need to build it? Blueprints here. Boom plorts. Okay. Yeah, we already have Splody Boys. We need more radiant ore and more oil. Okay. Maybe we can just pick up some bloom ports while we're here, because there's all these guys. Wait, what is that? Strange diamond. Is there another one? No, it's another pot. Hey guys, you hungry? I kind of want your plorts. I always like how traumatized the fucking boom plorts look, or the boom slimes look. Whenever they're in your inventory, it's kind of funny. Whoop! You missed. Oh, no, wait, no, I still ate that one. Damn it. Okay, we need to go find some oil. We only need like 2 more oil, which there's some... Oh, wait, no, that's lava dust, isn't it? Yeah, it's lava dust. Okay. I think we need to go back through the cave, maybe. Perhaps? Baby. Alright, we got 1 minute until the ad break. Go this way. Especially because there's a boom plort here. That's a ringtail plort. Why is that here? Oh, those are more hot onions. Hello? Ow. That's some radiant ore over there. We do need that. There's some oil. Oh man, now we'll be able to pick up the radiant ore. Get down from there. Pew. Come on. Ah, shit. All right. I'm not gonna have enough energy to get over there. Shit. All right, give me my energy back. Get off topic and say my Uma's finally reached group A on stage 2. Damn. What is the strange diamond? Should I keep the strange diamonds? I can throw away the plorts, honestly, because we have the boom boom slimes. Okay. Alright, we'll pause here. I am gonna go stand up for a little bit, and I need to go throw away the bowl that I have here. Clean up time. And I'll give you all the pairs. I will give you all the music. And we will be back in a couple of minutes. I will see y'all shortly. Thank you for hanging out, guys. Okay. What'd I miss? Here, let's go a little shorter. There we go. We only got 30 seconds, so we'll go ahead and put that away. And we'll get right back to it, because all I'm going to do is run back to the base. Well, by all I'm going to do, I mean, that's probably all that's going to happen by the time I make it back. And the commercial break is over. You got a gold star? Wait, a gold star? Wait, what does a gold star mean? Yippee! All right. Hello. Oh, we got another comms thing. All right, hold on. Let's go deposit a bunch of stuff first. Can I deposit the strange diamonds? Oh, I can. Okay. Music's still going. That's my bad. Yoink. Yoink. Okay. If we get music now, do y'all want the playlist? I'm cleaning out the lab and found this. Perhaps you have use for it. I believe it's still in working order. You know what they say. One person's trash is another person's hastily... Wait, this is the same thing you said before. Pinwheel. Okay, thanks, Victor. I guess who's the luckiest person in the galaxy? Is it me? Because you get a gift from the Mochi Miles? I'll let that sink in. Go ahead and sit if you need to. Root arches. Thanks. Thor's calling us. I love her. Life out there in the Rainbow Island. Gosh, it's even fun to say. Must be a hoot. You know, ever since I heard you were off doing something new, I get to thinking about my own life and what's the next new for me. Hobson and I have both seen and done so much in our lives, but one adventure after another across this dusty rock, and ever since we've become acquainted, we haven't slowed down one bit. So we're looking to take a new adventure together, but just haven't figured out what or where. Maybe we're exploring some hidden nook in the far, far range like you, or even set our sights to the stars like Hobson had done before. Whatever we decide to do, it'll be all the more special because we'll be sharing it this time with each other. It's that part that makes it all the more exciting. It's so hard to find someone in the world that fits you completely. Such a rare thing, like finding two identical snowflakes in the desert. No, my heart. I know you feel that more than I can say. I ain't ever losing sight of just how lucky I am, Bia. Is it Bia or is it Bia? I don't know. Because her name's Beatrix, isn't it? Mandatory view message. Thank you, Ordain. Twitch will, in fact, go suck a turnip. To the list of I love hers? What do you mean? I can love a lot of people. Beatrix LeBeau. That's a good name. Chat again? No. I love her. She melts my heart. How did you get out? Into the punishment cage. All right, let's get some more money so that we can unlock another section. Because once we unlock the other section, then we can at least build an incinerator for the other dudes. No? Oh, y'all are hungry. Hungry as hell. Okay. No game audio. Oh, whoops. I got to. Sorry for the awkward silence then. Okay. Okay, that's fine. We'll come back for that in a second. Oh, damn it. Okay. Okay, we're almost there. Give me that one plort that didn't make it in. Okay. Punishment cage gets eaten alive? Yeah, this is punishment cage. What do you mean? What's the issue? I don't understand. All right, let's go check the other one. I forget, don't some of these zones usually have like an extension to like the shop? Maybe not. Bowl of pomegranates. Oh, wait, shit. Give me those back. Give me those back. Oh shit, I sucked up another spike one. Oh, hi. Phew. Okay. Huh? Okay. I'm kind of scared. What's going to happen if I feed them the odd onions? Because they don't even have 100% grow rates. Okay. We'll take these. We'll go sell these, and then we'll go unlock the other section. I think we'll get the section that's behind the conservatory. Methinks. Partition? Do you mean petition? Or are you separating me? You want me to play more cute games? I play more cute games. I love like simulator games, like long form construction games. I have Satisfactory. I just haven't played it very much. All right, let's go by this. The archway. Okay. Where do we put... Up here in the shade? There's natural fruit trees! Hell yeah. Is there anything else special in here? Is it just 5? It looks like it's just 5. Okay. Incinerator shall go here. Ash trough. Ah. Now get back in there. Oh, neat. Okay. I'm just gonna assume I have to do it the same way I used to harvest the water slimes. And that's just by kind of, you know. They're so cute. Just sucking them all up. Okay. We did need fire plorts for something, so we can't really sell them. Also, the fact this grows here also means that we'll always have food to throw into the incinerator for them. And we'll have to feed them that way. I can't get water from the ocean. Here, we'll go through these carrots somewhere. Probably into the fire, into the slime dudes. Yeah, we'll go do that. Satisfactory Carnival server wins. Start a war between the Minecraft server. Write it into ancient scribbles on the walls. Oh my god. Wow, they really do eat through that. Oh, I'm maxed out on plorts. I did not even realize that. Back in your troughs! Alright, let's go put these 30 fire plorts in the refinery. Has to be a game that switches back and forth between being cute and being horrifying. Dredge? I think it's Dredge. I'm gonna go with Dredge. Okay, let's go to the bench. And then can we make... No! It's boom plorts, that's right. Duh. Okay, hold on. Oh, we just sucked up all the boom plorts, didn't we? We just used all of them. I'm a baby with horror. Slime Rancher game win? Listen, that would be really cute. I mean, isn't that just Monster Rancher? We're going boom. You big babies. How much money do we have? 50 golds. Shit. Okay, we're gonna have to sell some. We're gonna sell these bat plorts. Chimkins. All right. I know I'm removing all of your generation, but it's fine. It's fine. You'll thank me later. You're overpopulating that cage anyway. All right, we'll come pick that up in a second after we sell these bat plorts. Is musical enough to count? I don't think there's been a new Monster Rancher though in, God, what, how long? Okay, let's do a thing real quick. We're gonna rest till morning. Because we haven't slept this whole time. We need to go get wild honey too. Oh my god. All right. You. Get in there, damn you. All right. Eat all the chickens. Turn on the vacuum. We're gonna save these. We're gonna store these because we've been really bad at storing. Get to fucking, you fuck too much. Welcome to the sex palace. You have sex palaced too much. Okay. Let's go. Methinks. Do you want to go up there? Or I kind of want to go down here. Let's go down here. So we're going to go south. Because I don't remember what's down there at all, and we may be able to bring back something interesting to mix with the bat plorts. Or not the plorts, the bad plorts, the bat slimes. This way? Yeah, this way will take us there. I like the rain effects in this game. Chat, how many of y'all like rain? I need to know. Welcome to the sex palace. Added to the soundboard. Shit. I fucked up. I fucked up. All right. Yoink. When nature means business, slime, lightning strikes. Uh-oh. Chimkins. Don't mind me. No! Okay, let's get some water. Because we have not fed the water slimes all day. All right, and then there was this. Honey slime? Honey slime plort? Hi, Daniels. Welcome in. How are you doing? Or is it Dagniels? Okay, we need honey slimes. A honey plort, if you will. Honey plort, honey plort, honey plort. Rock slime. Okay, hold on. Dag's fine. How you doing, Dags? A nice change for spooky month? Listen, somebody redeemed it. I think it was funny. I thought it was funny to have a spooky streamer do cozy games. Oh, there's another bee up there. Oh! Hunter. Oh, that's lightning strike. Ooh! Storm glass. What's she doing? Hunter slime. Okay, we got our slimes, baby. Oh, there's honey. Here, go on, get out of here. You, come here. Buzzwax. Huh. Okay, did I never make it this far? Huh. Chimkin. I do have a yellow teleport back. So if we find like, oh, hello. Okay. Hi, Simon. How are you doing? Oh, that's lightning. No storm glass? Nope. Hmm. Okay. Anything interesting? No. Putting in a new washer, so I'm tired? Damn! What happened to your old washer? Oh, there's some radiant ore. We do kind of need that, but... Oh, there's a big guy up there. Oh, I see more hunters. Come here. Yoink. Wait, what is that? What are you standing on? Oh, it's a bush. Okay. And it was up there, wasn't it? Is that? Oh, hey. Oh, it's a flutter one. Uh-oh. What do you like? Nectar? What the fuck is nectar? Okay, I feel like that's another upgrade material. The lights. There's a flower over there. Maybe that's nectar? Huh. Oh, there's a flower on top of that tree, too. Can I... What? No? Hmm... Oh, you're a honey slime. Those are cotton plorts. Here, what do you eat? Fruit? Eat, damn you. Eat, damn you! Oh, shit. Oh, cabbages. Okay, we got a honey plort. Whoop! We gotta go back and find the, oh. Lightning motes? What? Okay. You know what? Hold on. Okay, we're really far in. We're in like the next zone. Jesus. We're gonna put our portal here. Methinks. Hold on. Because the butterfly guy's up there. There's anglerfish here for some reason. Yoink. Excuse me. Didn't expect this after work and pub. You go to the pub? All right, let's go put everything we have here. All right, we got things to go feed. And so many pomegranates. All right. I don't even know what the hunters eat. It's probably meat, right? Okay, it doesn't matter. They're not about to just be hunters anymore. Oh. Meats, fruits. Eat the plort, Hunter. Eat the plorts! Do I need to feed it the plorts? Come here. There we go. Yes, excellent. Excellent. Oh, and he's pissed? Are they angry? Do the hunters not like being fused with things? Is that what it is? It's okay though. You eat fruit now. You eat fruit now. Is the thing plant spruce? Well, I know it is, but how do I get it? Oh my god. Oh, here. Have your chicken juice back. And then y'all eat meat, right? As they all just go boom. All right. Let's go feed the fire slimes again. How are you doing, chat? You hanging out? You vibing? Nothing's on fire, right? Is Rodane still burning things down? Okay. Oh, hi, we can also throw this in there. Slurp. Oh, the fire ports. Ports. Gimme. Good boys. I love my fire plort boys. He doesn't stop chewing on my skull for one. Did you deserve it? You deserve it. While you slime it up. Ooh, Megapunk. I heard people are really enjoying Megapunk. That it's more addictive than like Risk of Rain. All right, let's go feed the slimes. The water slimes after we pick up this fruit, of course. Veggies, fruits. We'll also take a honey plort with us, at least one. Are they just happy? Are they not giving us plorts? Veggies. Give me that fruit. Where are you going? Stupid. That is a lot of carrots. Eating fruits. Okay. Let's feed you guys a little bit. I totally whiffed on that one. Why is there a rostro out? You! To the punishment cage! Okay. Button. I like the fire boys. Okay. I totally didn't deserve it stealing his candy. You definitely deserved it then. Don't you lie to me. Okay. Nope, there's still a fruit. Stray fruit. Go me. Nice. All right. I think we need to go back. Oh, we need a honey plort. Oh, shit. the button. We'll take a couple honey plorts. All right. They're breeding into a pile so they can escape? Oh no. The thing is, they don't multiply. The slimes don't multiply inside the cages. So there's only ever as many as you put in there. Did we interact with this bee earlier? Hey, buddy. Yeah, I think I did. I think they go to sleep after you interact with them. Oh, yes, the hens. Of course, the hens. Okay. Howdy, little dudes. You just vanished. Why did you vanish? Hello? More plorts, more chickens. I'm nosy. I gotta look around down here. Hello. Hello. Okay. Okay, so it was down here. And then along this river, right? Right there. Ooh. Hello. Oh, have I been in here? Wait a second. I will take that, though. Hello? Oh, is this just a tunnel through? Oh, I've opened the rock one before. Amazing. Honey slimes, hens. Huh, where am I right now? Okay, that's where we were before. That looks like another door from somewhere. Hello? Hello? I see a pot over here. Don't worry, Mr. Chicken, I'll free you! Oh, there was nothing in there. Alright, give me the silky sand. We do need that. Uh-oh. Bad touch. Bad touch. Do need that. Wait, where did the radiant... Did I throw it? Where'd the radiant ore I got a second ago go? I think I did throw it. I think I just chunked it off over there. Oh no, I see it. Fuck you, Tar. I think I did lob one of them, though, into the ocean. Fuck you, Tar. Okay. Another Tar, that's fine. Door. For some reason. Where am I? Oh, right, y'all are angry. Okay. Ow. Bunch of fruits. Dead ends. Probably need to be looking up at... Oh, there it is. I see it. I see your ass over there. Think I can make it over there? I think I can do it. I was just thinking about that. I was like, where's the map? Hell yeah. Okay. Oh. Oh shit, hold on. Sea hens. Come here. Hell yeah. We're gonna breed us some sea hens. Come here. Oh, the tar is already here. Hold on, can I throw it? No, don't you dare eat him. Okay. Anything special over here? The slime needs therapy now? The slimes need therapy? Maybe. Oh, there's another one. Oh shit! Oh shit, get out of here! No! Oh wait, this is gold port. I'll take that. Oh no, that's the honey port. Fuck! Fuck! Oh, I botched it. Fucking get out of here. God damn it. Oh, it was a gold slime and everything. Fuck. Maybe I can make it across there? Fuck it, we ball. Oh, there's no way. Whew, okay, we did make it. We did make it. Come here, hen. Thanks. Okay. Oh, there's another radiant thing. Okay. Is this island just in the middle of nowhere? Oh, there's bee stuff up there. Buzzwax, whatever it is. Only 2? Oh, oh, wait, what's that? Ooh. Okay. See if we can get on top of this tree. Oh yeah, easy peasy. I killed him. I did kill him. I think I killed him. They sometimes just disappear too. Golden Tangle statue. Okay. Something over here too. Oh, it's a him statue. Oh shit. No! No, my buzzwax! Give that back. Oh, I can't. I can't push it or anything. Darn. Oh, I thought I thought I saw a gold slime. Was I blind? Oh, I thought I saw another gold slime. Damn it. Probably poofed again. Damn it. I'm just buying the player. They need to feed them to get their plorts. Oh, okay. You can't catch them. Okay, I think we're gonna have to try and cross this again. Okay. Come here. Bitch. Okay, I've tried to catch them before. Nobody's ever told me if I could or couldn't catch them. So I just lived under the assumption that it's some way, somehow, I could snatch them. So it's only worth trying to feed them, I'm guessing. Oh, hunter plort. Oh, shit. Huh. Okay, then. Oh, yeah, they're like 300 and something each. But... Here, where am I? Okay. Just hug this wall and we can reconnect over there. This way. That looks important. There's another fucking tar here! Come here! Whoops. Yo, give my thing back. Where did it go? Oh, there it is. Thank you. I want my silky sand. More buzzwax. Science material A. Okay, where is that? There's the teleporter. Did we go back right now? I think so. I think we're just gonna go back for now. Oh my god, all the tar, dude. Alright, we're leaving. We're running right back home. Mandatory view. Also, my eyes are starting to hurt. From the fucking morning sun. Okay. Going back home. And then I think we're gonna need... Can anyone tell me how to get nectar? Wait. You're still down here? Oh my god. Okay, hold on. I could have swore I did that one. That's all right. We got plenty of fruit we can give him. We are going to go make another chicken coop, though. Okay. 3 of the 4 things we have needs to go in here. Come back here. Okay. Okay. Get the fruits. And then we'll go feed that, what is it, nighttime. The lightning bug slime. Okay. Have some water, boys. Vegging? Vegging. I'm gonna get some money so that the box that I'm gonna put these hens into is going to be at least full, like mostly upgraded, at least tall, All right. Oh, wrong thing. All right. We're going. We're gonna make a chicken coop. We'll put it in the back, I think. Or actually back there, we could make like all of these enclosures and then this could just be a chicken coop. These are important, okay? They're important. All right, let's go get some roosters. I'm here to steal your mins. We brought 13 sea hens. We need like 2 roosters. Hello, father. Oh, there's an elder hen in there. Get back into legging and duty. All right. Delivery ladies. Oh, then go in. There we go. Splendid. All the sea hens. Even though they look like a really, really fat seagulls. I don't know whatever the fuck that first time chatter is, but okay. I am not reading that out loud. That is one hell of a first time chat. Okay. Let's see. Let's do some cleanup real quick. No, that's all y'all got? All right. We'll go to the cave then. And then we'll go to the firefly one that we saw. Meat, veggie, fruit, meats. Okay. Wait. Okay, for a second I thought I saw a hunter in there and I was like, wait a minute. Have meats. Oh, Jesus. Okay, we got a lot in here. We actually do kind of need some of these boom ones. So we will throw at least 10 of them, I think, into the refinery. Where's that refinery? Please and thank you. Okay. Not the only one weirded out by that one? Yeah, it's something. It's definitely something. All right, let's go find that firefly again. He was this way. Not that way. Was he this way? No. Yes, he was. Wait. You! I don't think we're gonna have enough fruit with just what we brought. Oh, that was enough. I was gonna say, I know I've fed him before. Oh, hey. Coastal rock, really? Oh, here. Oh, in here. Take
Step
you.
inside, step inside.
Is that a tabby port? Okay, so let's go get a tabby port then. Dare I? I don't think we need to bring back more phospho slimes. Y'all are all going over there. Here, have some fruit. Okay. We'll go this way. Then we'll come back with the tabby plorts. It's a good thing you don't have to worry about chicken genetic diversity. True. Hey, you're not supposed to be here. Here, I'm gonna put the jellystone in the refinery first. Tabby, 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 tabby. Tabby, tabby. Tabby's over here with the pink ones. Please and thank you. This way. Down here. There's our boats. That's the wrong direction. Wait a second. Oh boy, y'all are breeding. Into the tunnels. Oh, hello. How long have y'all been down here? Tank liner. Oh. Use the fabricator to upgrade the Vax tank guard. Okay. Let's go look at upgrades then. Hi, Darkheart. How are you doing? More jellystone. I'm looking for more escapees. All right, let's go to the fabricator. Let's see what equipment upgrades we can get. Probably not a lot, because I have not been depositing as much as I should. Tank guard. Crystal plorts, hunter plorts. Salvage 20% of your vac tank's contents upon accidental encounters with slime sea or oh. Okay, I see. That makes sense. Oh, we're short. Short some silky sand. Flutter ports and honey we haven't got yet. More radiant ore, more honey, jetpack drive we also haven't found yet. Don't know where to get a heart cell. And don't know where to get a power chip. Do I make them? Anybody know? Hi, we can do this. Tank booster. More radiant ore, more tabby plorts, and a storage cell. Which I don't think. Market link, refinery link. Ooh. Nah. Nah. Okay. Tank upgrades. Excellent. Playing a very scary game? What game? What game are you playing? What scary game? I need to know. I must know. Oh, come back here. Okay. What do we want to feed? Veggies, fruits, you. Eats, damn you! Okay. Vacuum them all in. I think I dropped one. No, I didn't. Excellent. Treasure pods and shadow plort doors, it seems, give heart cells? Okay. Shadow plort doors. Here, we need to put some of these in here. Let's go to the hunters. We need to get some hunter plorts for one of those other upgrades, so that's fine. Another escapee! You know what happens to you? Oh my god. Okay. Wait, that is so many rostros. Hold on, we do not need that many. Okay, I also do not need to feed that. Oh! Chickadoos. Here, go in there. Eat more plorts. Eat more plorts! Okay, we got bats in here. Still. Oh, we got some bats and hunters. Where are you? Okay. Okay, I think they've all turned in. Never mind. We can just take all these. Okay, last mandatory view. Suck a turnip Twitch. Good night. Good night, Ordained. Sleep well. Thank you for hanging out for so long. Okay. Actually, hold on. Let's check these guys. How many y'all hiding in here? A lot.
Well, look at you.
Hello. Electrical Jolt, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. How are you doing? What trouble are you getting into? All right, we got plenty of plorts to sell. And maybe we'll... Oh, I don't know. Do we go back to... Oh wait, I'm just fuck it. Fuck it, we've got a bunch of hunters, that's fine. We'll probably catch some more hunters too while we're out and about. Nice. Hold on, now we gotta do the important thing. Are you still the same price? Yes, you are. Ancient tower rock formations while slimes enjoy frolicking in the amber fields of grass. Hins nest in the cliffs, making this a meat lover's paradise. Oh. Okay. You know, we'll hold on to the money. We'll hold on to the money for now. Methinks. Because we still haven't filled up that expansion back there, and there's even another one back here that we haven't bought. Before a big trip? Need background noise? Hell yeah, well, welcome in. We're about to have a commercial break in 4 minutes, and we'll pull up a little game for it. Just thinking. I think we're gonna run back out. Again, hold on. Can I look it up? Can I look up nectar resources? No. Okay, it doesn't tell me how to get nectar. Slimefall. Oh, let's check the machine. Yoink. Oh, wait, I pet the cats? Did I? I didn't even realize that. Bomb. Uh-oh. Okay. You know what? Why not? Bomb ball. Doesn't really matter when we look here, I don't think. Doesn't matter that much. I have it. Certainly not in my inventory, but okay. We'll go back. Medic's been pretty good. It's been a very chill day. I do need to run out and do errands after stream today. Because Twitch is a bitch and is never predictable with their payments. So I got paid today. And I had to use half of what I got to pay rent and bills. And then now I have to go spend another chunk of it for prescriptions. Well, a single prescription, annoyingly. Oh my god, I got turned around. That way. That way. Wait. Yeah, that's the right direction. Okay. It's nighttime. I'm lost, apparently. Take an exam. Good luck, Sin. Have a good time. Afterwards, go eat something delicious. Go reward yourself. Okay, water. Might as well. Might as well. Doesn't seem like anything else thus far can go into the reservoir. I feel like nectar would have gone into the reservoir, but we have not found that. Let's go this way. I think we went up there. I'm not gonna make it. Oh, shit. My fucking ankles, dude. Nah. Oh, hey. Are there more hunters around? I don't see any. Beer, hunter, mix. Hunter, mix. All of these are hunter mixes. And they're all angry. No, wait, come back. Hey, buddy. Okay, grinding in DVD? Well, good luck with DVD. Are you grinding Survivor or Killer? Hello? Oh, pink ones. You! Come here. Wait. You're mine. Okay. There's some more radiant ore. We do need that. Okay. There's another one up here too. Gimme. There's the flutter one. Anyone? Nobody knows how to get nectar in this game? Like, obviously I need flowers, I guess. Or I could get it maybe from beehives, which is like why I'm wondering why there's... Oh, it's honey. Okay. So there's just like different hives. Okay, there's the portal. Huh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Qtars. Hi, buddy. I don't have any food for you. Shit. Nor do I have anything that I want to throw away. Alright, ad break. I see it. I see it. Don't worry. Scribble down. I wasn't paying attention. It's fine. It's fine. Y'all are fine. I'm going to mute the game volume. I'm going to turn the music on. I'm not going to go anywhere, but this is a good time for me to check all my messages and stuff. Hold on. Where is it? Oh, good Lord. Oh, goodness. Okay. Okay. Wait, what is this? Oh, okay. Okay. You get nectar by getting them in a specific area? Getting, what is them? The butterflies? Moon dew nectar only collectible at a certain time in a certain place near where the butterfly slimes are, but my fiance, an avid slime rancher. Okay, it's good to know. So there's gotta be, if that big one's around here, that means there's gotta be a section nearby where they spawn, right? Wait, also, right here, it's like behind my head. Is that a honey flutter slime? It looks like one. On top of trees and sides of cliffs. Okay. Oh, rip. All right, we only got 30 seconds left, so we're not going to do another one. I want to find these fucking slimes. No more music. Not even one song. We're going back. Okay, no, that's those are the night ones. What are you? Oh, you're a rotten fruit. Chicken. Hello. Honey slimes. Oh, there's the map. Oh. Flutters! Oh, shit. Fuck, get out of here, honey. Can I make it? Can I make it? I can make it. I can make it. Hell yeah. Where's the rest of yous? And there's this flower. No? Okay, you don't do anything. Get the map. Oh, good Lord. Okay, so there's another one up there. Makes sense. When it's reached again after 5 p.m.? At certain times. Oh, okay, okay, okay. Oh, like that. There's something on that flower. There's another flower up here, wasn't there? Okay, nothing there. Here, let's put you down here. Oh, where did it go? Where did it go? No! Oh, I have to put it right into my inventory? That's fine-ish. Question mark? Here, we're gonna go do a little bit more exploring and then we'll come back for the teleporter. Hello. That's exactly why. Good lord. You. Come here. I'm guessing there'd be a lot more flutter slimes, except the fact that it's nighttime. You, come here. Slurp. Slurp. What is that? Is that old slime? Oh, that was old dew, wasn't it? Yeah, I think it fell from that one. Can you grow dew? Got 13. Do one more. Okay. There's another one there. Oh. Hey, buddy. Huh. All right, we're gonna leave the hunter here. Okay. Handle with care. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, that explains why it disappeared. So it has to go straight from the thing to your inventory. Says you can't? Can't what? Oh, shit. Fuck off. There's another one. I said, pissed off, mate. Hello? Farm it? Okay, gotcha. Gotcha. I hear them right next to me. Hey, buddy, come here. Wait, what kind of spring is that? Is that just regular water? You know what? You can come up here too, champ. Here, we'll go up here. Oh, hell yeah. There was one hiding back here. Nice. Another tank liner. Okay. Okay. Do I... Okay, so... That big flutter one makes me think that... Oh, there's another one over there. Makes me think that they only eat nectar. So I probably really want to mix them with something else as soon as possible. Not close enough. I'm guessing. Is that the case? Gotta work hard for the nectar? Yeah. Which makes me think that they either made it fair and he doesn't need like 40 plus like the other ones did. The other big Gordos. Him, way over there. Or this is going to be a nightmare. All right, so we're gonna go back and we are going to make... We're gonna go back. We're gonna make a flutter cage is what we're gonna make. There's the teleporter. There's the flutter guy. Okay. It takes half as much. I mean, he only eats nectar though, it says. Okay, he gets big really fast. That looks like regular honey. Okay. I think we're just gonna use the teleporter. Wait, what is that? Oh, it's just crystals on the cliff. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna teleport back. We'll turn all this stuff in. We'll make the thing for the flutters. Flutterers. New message! Oh boy. Somebody likes me. Hair twirl, hair twirl. Alright. Let's go make these babies a nice little home. And make them the nicest box around. I don't think we're going to be able to get all the upgrades on it, and we're for sure going to need a cover for it. Okay, that's actually perfect. Oh yeah, they only eat nectar. All right. Give me those real quick. Did you drop fruit recently? Yes, you did. You're going in the incinerator. Excellent. Yes, my fire plorts. Oh, I launched one. I launched two. Holy shit, buddy. I'm so sorry. Don't burn my place to the ground. Okay. Get the Largo treatment? What do you mean disobedient? Is it bad? Am I not supposed to make them into Largos? I feel like I'm saving space when I do. Damn, they also sell for 30 a piece? Hell yeah, dude. Meat, fruits, vegetables, vegetables. Also, did I give them a feeder? I forget. I did give them a feeder. Okay. Fruits. Again, I forget. Am I supposed to splash them, or do I just put it in? The water levels used to change, I could have sworn. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I just misremember. Eat your fruits. Eat your fruits. Button. In water? Mm-hmm. Okay. Oh, no more than 3? Oh. I mean, I seem fine with 4, right? They don't have the red marks anymore. Really? Rare species, freshwater pools, veggies, meats. They sit in the surface of a pool, need fresh water to survive, will quickly evaporate if left in any surface for too long. Okay, okay, okay.
What's your pleasure? What's your fear?
Huh. Interesting. All right, chat. Avert your gaze. Avert your gaze, chats. Hey, teleporter. This doesn't work because I guess we haven't put. Oh no, that's where it teleports me in. Never mind. Hi, Conrad. How are you doing? Thank you for the 10-month sub. Holy shit, dude. Okay. Sell you. Yeah, we need to go get... What are we gonna mix it with? What is the next slime that we're gonna find? Any of these that we don't have? I don't think so. So whatever we find next, we need to go find the map for here and you. You eat anything, so it almost doesn't matter. Oh, limited time. Okay, we're checking. We're checking. Yes, Mr. Capitalism. Okay, nothing special. I don't need to go over here. This one's always the same. Why do we keep doing that to myself? Today's been a good day. It's been a fun stream. There's something special though about... I think it's goofy when we play comfy games here, because usually I'm always like, no, I want to play horror games for real. I said this is a horror stream. And then whenever somebody like force me to play a game, it's always something like this. Oh, I have no energy. Rip. Just plummet out of the sky, please and thank you. Teleporter's over there. And we need to find the map for the other location. Beard likes it. Listen, you just need to incentivize me, okay? I'm very susceptible to incentives. Cyclone. Uh-oh. Okay. Ow. Oh, wait. I know what that was. You! Oh, you're a Largo. I could have swore it was a small one. Where'd it go? Oh, well. You're also a Largo. God damn it. All the crazy things Meredith would do for money? Listen, listen. Shut up. I've been broke my entire life, okay? Even when working full-time jobs, I was still paying college tuition. And I still have student loans. And now nothing's fucking hiring. Hello? Oh. We probably should be picking up things to feed to that other guy. Like these chickens. Any fruits and vegetables we come across. Give me the water. Simply because I said so. All the honey. Another chicken. Another chicken. Another chicken. No thanks, honey slime. Hey, buddy, come here. Come here. Another flutter. Don't really need that. Do you actually have stuff? No, you don't. I buddy. Gotta go up and over. Any nectar here? Has anybody spawned in? Doesn't look like it. Not even a little bit. We can flash to blood money for an example. Wait, what? Do strange and crazy things? I've never had that much money. Okay, where was the... Okay, so he's like that way. It's more radiant ore. What are you... Oh, those flowers. Chickadee. Take this for now. Hup. Hup. Chickens. Alright. Where's that big bastard? Also, there's really not much up here on these cliffs. What the hell? I bought her snimes. Oh, hey! Golden flutter statue. There's a cave over there. Why is there a cave over there? Think I can get to the top of this mountain? Under the notion that it's for your operation, but the secret is once you've done your deed, your character says it's not that important and doesn't get it? Oh. Oh! Oh, I don't think I can go any higher. It's not letting me go up any higher. Shit. We can get on top of that tree. Hi, Beef. Thank you for mandatorily observing me. I don't think I can get up there. Oh, wait, maybe I can. Yoink. Yoink. It doesn't look like there's much of a reason, though. Generous person for nothing? Ooh. Ooh. Oh, boy. Okay, he's like right below us, isn't he? Hey, buddy. I brought some food for you. Oh. Get out of here. More chickadees. You. Okay, hold on, we'll come back for that. Okay. Oh shit, honey, give me the nectar. There's another one right there too that I want to get. Okay, you. Get. I totally whiffed that one, that's fine. Give me that carrot. Oh, wrong button. Here, have water. Oh, goodness. All right. Oh. Is that a teleporter? I'm pretty sure that's what he's sitting on, right? He's sitting on a teleporter. Another hunter. Oh wait, no, that's a ringtail, isn't it? Yeah, it is a ringtail. Bam, 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 bam. Bam, 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 bam. Hello. Okay, let's go give this nectar to this guy up here. Another one over there. Okay. Come to me, chicken. Your doom is upon you. Oh, god damn it. There's another tar. Pew. Okay. I heard slime spawn sound. Okay. We're gonna go back up to that other guy. You. You. Okay, buddy. Oh, man. We're getting there, though. Here, come here. Up, 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 You do, Lardy. Pew. Okay. Oh, there's fruit. Okay. Chill stream, too chill? Are you falling asleep? Is that what it is? Oh, that's a honey slime. I was looking at it, I was like, is that an item? He's just stuck. Oh, there's more fruit over here. Okay. That one actually looks like it has nectar on it up there. Oh, that's tar. You, Chucklefuck, come here. Oh no, my strawberry! Fuck. My square berry, my cube berry. More pomegranates. Carrots? Oh, we don't have space for carrots. Actually, get out of here. Getting the Gardos is more important. Okay. Throwing away the slimes. It's fine. They're fine. They don't. Maybe they don't have consciousness. I don't know. There's a lot up in the air on that question. More cube berries, please. Ah. Hold on to that for now. Okay. How it is just because they don't have consciousness, it's okay. They're fine. They come back as happy as ever. Oh, thank God. Hey, guys. Here, have some fruit. It is a teleporter. Yoink. Auto-saving. Where are we? Hello? Oh! Oh. Another strange diamond. Okay. Huh. So now we have another teleporter closer to the base. Hell yeah, dude. Wait, what's down here? Hello. Pink Warp Depot. Nice. Nice. More brine. Okay. Wouldn't let it form into a gem? I mean, it's technically... Well, it's probably uncut. Okay. More fruit, more veggies. I wish there was a way you could farm nectar. Oh, another comm message. Okay, let's go put all this stuff in the refinery. And then we'll check the messages.
Step inside, step inside.
Yoink, yoinkity, yoinkity, yoink. Yeah, boy Koopa, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. How are you doing? All right. Real quick. Oh, hey, fruit. All right. Have some fruit. Yes, my weird little raccoon boys. Enjoy your fruit. Enjoy your fruits. Hold on. Oop, whoop. You. Hup. Oh, hey, Florts. Sorry, buddy. Okay. Should I save the water plorts? Nah, fuck it. We'll save them. I don't think I've been saving any water plorts. Puddle plorts, if you will. They're passive? That's what I thought, but somebody said you gotta spray them with water earlier, but I'm half ignoring it, half doing it. Kind of as long as you have water. I don't think I actually need to put more water in there after I've filled it up. I don't know. I don't know anymore. Okay. Fruit. Yes, guys, I know you're starving. I know you're starving. It's fine. Stop turning invisible inside your cell. I mean, house. Give me that. Yoink. Yoink, 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 yoink. And y'all don't have an auto feeder. All the chickens. All the chickens. You're getting tampered information? It's fine. It's fine. We'll leave it. Actually, we do need to check these guys' plorts. Oh, there's more carrots too. I neglected this plot up here earlier. I also need to upgrade it because it has no upgrades. Oh, we can do that. Okay. Go ahead and turn on that vacuum. And we'll go on our happy little way. Places to be, things to do. More plorts to sell. Money, 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 money. All right. Yoinkity splinkety. Okay. Oh god, the carrots already grew in. Probably need to go feed the pink one, pink and tabby ones, honestly. Okay. Good lord. I did not realize that one did not have a vitamizer. Anyway. Alright, which one else eats meat again? Probably you. Excellent. Excellent. Okay. What's wrong, Sunstar? Are you upset? Are you upset what I'm doing to these poor things? To the poor chickens? Listen, I know they're cute, okay? I know they're cute. But some of these slimes eat meat. Okay. That's money? Which part's money? Which part? The vitamizer? Yeah, I know. Here, we need to go check upgrades too. Heart cells, power cells. Flutter plorts that we don't have. Oh, we do need more boom plorts. Silky sands. Crystal plorts, hunter plorts. Oh, I'm doing that one to myself, apparently. No! I feel like we actually did a lot. We unlocked what? A whole new zone. Filled out this entire section. Unlocked a bunch of map sections over here and over here. And there's still a lot more. Oh, Jesus, there's something that actually comes out all the way over here. And then we have all of this. I think. Oh my god. All right, we need to get working on those other teleporters actually. Hold on. What do we need for that? Those two-way teleporters. Utilities. No, not utilities. Warp tech. I don't know. That's called berry teleporter, green teleporter. That seems very useful. Okay. And then I remember this being really expensive. Let's go check the shop. Because the store I know is the one that sells one of them. Mandatory viewing. Hi, Beef. Yoink. Yoink. It's 2,500. Jesus. Jesus. All right, honestly, though, we could probably kind of raise the money, maybe? Methinks? Oh, yeah, I'm pretty sure we can raise the money. We're only, like, less than 400 away. Oh, y'all are not. I think I sold your stuff just a minute ago. We've not sold these guys, though, in a while. Okay. Cheap! It ain't that cheap, but it's fucking... We got a lot of plorts to farm. So we're doing pretty good. Oh yeah, that's the stuff. Hell yeah, dude. Alright. Oh! Also forgot that we got this. So we need to go take these to... our boom boys. They're over here. We need to go give our boom boys a toy. Hi guys! Have fun! Gotta make a plort factory somehow? Is that an option? I don't think it is. Maybe with like much later upgrades. But I don't think it's an option right now. We're gonna get these and feed them to the anglers. Okay. Over here.
Come on.
Hello?
Let's step into the macabre
Sorry,
halls
what
of
the fuck?
Dark Carnival.
No!
And
God damn it!
please, enjoy the show.
Sorry, what were you just chatting about? What trouble were you getting into? What shenanigans were you up to? Okay, let's go see what it takes to make one of those.
Step inside, step inside.
How was your stream? Welcome in, Raiders. Another 20 minutes? Another 20 minutes. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Whatever you say, ma'am.
Well, look at you.
Okay. Wait. Huh? Wait, didn't we just buy it? Hello? It's a very good game. It's the second one? Yes, this is the second one. Is it in the, it's not in the basket. Welcome in, Raiders. Those of you from Size who don't know me, my name is Mara. I'm the Ringleader of Dark Carnival. Usually I play games that are dark, spooky, and terrifying. However, today I am being forced to play a game back from September by a viewer named Queens. Okay. How do I use it? Yep, had a good time. Had some cramps, so we were gonna chill. Yap time? Gotcha. Gotcha. All right. See, oh. It still doesn't say what things it needs, so, like, wait. Does that mean it's all things that I have yet to discover? Because now it tells me how much money it costs. And these are all question marks. Oh my god, we haven't found any of the materials. Yeah, I know we bought the specific one. This is the red teleporter. We haven't discovered any of the materials. Enjoy your meal, Sai. I have errands I need to run. Lector. All right. Yeah, so we have not found any of the things that we need. Oh, hold on. That's right. Communication. Yoink. Oh, good lord. Everybody wants to talk. From the AI that have been in communication with since your arrival on Rainbow Island. Message was somewhat personal to me, but also contained vital information for you. So the interest of presenting all data to its fullest. I will read it verbatim. Victor, thank you for chatting with me over these many days in which I get to know you better. Got to know you better. I must confess that I have entered our correspondence with the aim of verifying your scientific ability. Our correspondence has not only assured me of this, but unexpectedly has provided comfort and companionship in the dark days that I now find myself within. I am sending you a particular blueprint, partial blueprint to a gadget I tried to develop but cannot. If you can complete it, I believe it is the key to entering the Gray Labyrinth. Please understand, Victor, that I never meant to deceive you, but I need to know who I can trust in order to stand a chance at fixing things. If that happens, I'd love to meet you someday. I'd love to play another game of Go over coffee until the sun rises once more. That is all it says. complex blueprint of partial schematics and frankly almost alien code. Spent days analyzing it, and I believe I've modified it into a finished state that should perform the task that it was designed to do. At least I hope so. I do not wish to let this person down. I feel I owe it to them as a friend. So allow me to grant you the completed blueprint per their instructions. It appears to be a device that you'll need to use to enter the entrances to the labyrinth, but I'm afraid I know little else. Radiant projector? Okay. Got you a gift? I like gifts. Oh man! Mushrooms. Hope you've been taking care of yourself. Taking time to fill your belly before a new descent into the unknown? Not once! I have not eaten once. Everybody wants a yap? Yep. Hard yap. Yeah, it's Ogden. Like a good sauce, you've encountered some kind of monolithic structure out there on the far end of the island. Scary stuff. But then maybe my hunch is correct that all the strange flora out there is not natural. Something just doesn't add up. All the ruins we've discovered across the far, far range have never looked as though they had been harmed to the environment in any way. Hard yap, yeah. We don't know their purpose or who built them, but the feeling I always had was that they have respect for this world, but maybe it happened anyway. Sometimes when you're out hiking, you step over flowers so as not to crush it, only to step on another. Sometimes the only way for those flowers to keep on growing is for you to have never been near them in the first place. But it's not all doom and gloom. Rainbow Island still seems to be thriving for now. Nature can find a balance, but it's not a guarantee. Ah, look at me getting preachy. Lo siento. Okay. Is that it? Okay, that was it. Everybody, literally everybody wants to talk. Making cookies, baking ain't exactly my area of expertise. No! They were so edible. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, hey, mangrove. All right, Bob, what do you got? Treasure livery. I have great chickens. Those are rainbow lumps. Those are not chickens. All right, so what is this thing? Restart long dormant devices in the gray labyrinth. Huh. Okay. We need hunter plorts. To the hunter cave! Yoink. Sorry guys, I'm sucking up your water. Anyway. Hi Pope, how are you doing? I am skedaddling, if you will. Alright. These are our angry boys. Alright, give me those. We'll take the other ones too. Alright. You! Fine. You get to live today. You get to live today. Having cereal? What kind of cereal? This is important. This is very important. Bigger areas of this game all crushed together? True. It would be interesting if you could increase the size because they're like really spaced out. Instead of just increasing them upward. Okay. So, because we're still missing silky sand, so I cannot make that device yet. Let's go check the fire plorts. Not fire plorts, fire slimes. Off-brand Fruit Loops. Listen, the things you got to do. Okay, Howard. Oh, you're an old roostro. Sorry, bud. You know what that means. Chat, look away. Chat, you need to look away. Everybody close their eyes. I knew those motherfuckers were gonna try to fly out. It's because I can't feed them. It's because I'm starving them, basically. I need to breed them with something else. Hunters? Should I go get more hunter plorts? Can I feed them fire plorts? No, wait, they don't need anything except ash. I should not do that. I do, but the thing is, I don't want to start having like duplicates. I wanted to see until we found the next new slime, and then we could breed them with that. But I think at this point, hunter slimes may be really useful. I was going to sell these. All right, yeah, let's go feed the hunter slimes again. We'll get some of their plorts, and we will... I think they eat meat? I'm pretty sure hunter slimes eat meat. That would make sense. Eat more of the chickens. Not you. That's fine. 6 will do for now. Because then we can start getting the flutter plorts. Oh, I went the wrong direction. Fuck. You don't need to ask me. You did not need to ask me. Listen, if it's late and you need to go to bed, you need to go to bed. I don't blame anybody. You need to go, you need to go. I recommend if you're tired and you know you're tired, it's time for bed. It's time for bed. Eat the plorts. Okay, they eat meat now. That works. Sea chick. Oh, look at the poor baby. You know what? Yeah. Okay. We'll do this. We'll take them back. And we'll put them in so that the rest of these can eat. Not what I wanted, but okay. Oh, I did the wrong thing. Eat the plants! Eat the plants! So you don't starve anymore! Alright. They've all been properly converted. That means the rest of these can just go in there. This is the weirdest combination. Snorting chickens? Oh no. Need to repair my smartphone? What do you mean? Who are you talking to? Huh? Who are you talking to? Okay, I know we need flutter plorts for a lot of things, so I'm just gonna put them in here instead of selling them right now. Okay. Okay. Oh boy. Just doing lines of chickens. Oh, hey, you looking for friends? Okay, cool. Can I get a snooze on the ad breaks? On the ad break, please. You need to replace your smartphone battery. Are you replacing it right now? Is it completely dead, or you need to charge it?
Into the macabre halls of the Dark
Master
Carnival.
Perry, thank you for the raid.
And
Welcome in.
please
Hold on a second.
Enjoy the show.
Get back in there. Back into the breeding stock with you. Welcome in, guys. How was your stream? How was Cyberpunk? Did you have a good time? What trouble did you get into? Actually, hold on. Excellent. Oh. Okie dokie. Just doing the DLC? Hell yeah. What kind of build are you doing? Hi, Tay. How are you doing? What kind of build are you doing, though? I'm curious. I've played the game through a lot of builds. I've done literally just straight fist. I've done baseball bats. I'm doing a sniper right now in my own like little casual playthrough that I play off stream. We've done on stream. We've also done like full tech build. Not tech build. Well, technically tech, but also full quick hacks. That's it. Okay, they're good. Katana and Sandy always works great. True. Okay, let's go check the cave again.
Step inside, step inside.
Okay, you're done. Get off the tree, damn it. Get off the tree. Devil Tug, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. How are you doing? Come here. You refer. Hi. Wow, y'all really are escaping everywhere. Okay. Wow, these chickens are getting everywhere. Maybe I don't need 3 chicken pins. Anyway. All right, I'm gonna put all of these into the refinery. Hope the sniping's been going well. It has been going well. We have done a lot. All right, let's put this away, put this away. Okay. Boop. How did the gold port go down in cost? Oh, man. Water port is 40? Damn. Okay. I think that is going to be it. Save and quit. I think that is going to be it for today, chat. I have some errands I need to run. I need to get a real meal in me that isn't just overnight oats. Close the game, please and thank you. And we will swing right on over to the chat screen. And I will give you the music. And we need to figure out who the hell we are going to raid. Give it to you. And you. But we will be back tomorrow, guys. We're going to be jumping back into Bloodlines 1. We have today and not today, tomorrow and the day after for Bloodlines 1. And we just got to, what was it called? Oh, I'm brain farting. Oh, what was it? I come here late yet again. It happens. It happens. We usually only stream like 4 or 5 hours on the weekdays. If we do end up having a weekend stream, which is very rare, it happened last weekend. We did have like a 12-hour stream. Without it being a goal. Maybe. Possibly. There is some consideration. Okay, what is up with today? I have scrolled down in my follow list, and there are at least 4 different people playing VR chat with this, effectively their tits out. That's crazy. But I'm looking to see if there's anybody that's doing anything interesting. Otherwise, they may have to go with, I think we're going to go with Luma. I think we're going to raid Luma. She's doing Digimon. My current totally not hyperfixation that I'm totally not going to be playing again later. Tonight. Where y'all can't see me. Oh, god damn it, she's a pony again. Why does she have the pony model? All right. All right. All right, chat. I will see you guys tomorrow, noon CDT for Bloodlines 1. Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 1. Won't have the booba when in VR, chat. I do have the booba. I mean, what is it? The low poly model is in VR, chat. And it has a slider. Sounds like VR chat, all right? If you aren't in the Discord, I do recommend joining it because we're gonna have a movie night later tonight. We're gonna be watching Halloween 4, Return of Michael Myers. We may watch 5 too. It's still up in the air, depends on how I feel. But we are at least watching 4 tonight. If you want to join it, it's !Discord. I already did it. I did it in my own time. Do not tell them you get free Bitcoin. That's a scam. But that is going to be it, guys. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being awesome. And thank you for enjoying the show. I got to go to the fucking pharmacy and the grocery store. I will see you later. I saw that, Wonky Slayer. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Hope to see you next time.